Good morning, everyone. Let me welcome all of you to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of May the 5th, 2026. As we begin this morning, we do have a full agenda. In a moment, I will call on Commissioner Uribe to introduce her guest who will be bringing the invocation. Following the invocation, we will ask Commissioner Uribe to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. After the Pledge of Allegiance, our Communications Division Director, Dr. Jeffrey Williamson, will read proclamations recognizing Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, National Corrections Officers and Employees Week, and Florida Waste Reuse Week, water reuse, and introduce the presentation of the H2O, Pipeline Student Recognition. And with that, Commissioner Uribe, you are recognized.
Good morning, commissioners, colleagues, and everyone who's visiting us today. It is my honor to introduce Dr. David Swanson, who is a very, very common name here in Central Florida. The Reverend Dr. David Swanson is the senior pastor and head of staff of First Presbyterian Church of Orlando. Serving in the role since 2004, his congregation is part of the Evangelical Presbyterian Church, EPC, and is among the largest Presbyterian churches in the country. An active community leader, Dr. Swanson serves on the Project Overdose Board with me, so I'm honored to serve with him, the Downtown Orlando Partnership Board, the National Christian Foundation Board of Advisors, the Board of Trustees of Montreat College, and the Samaritan Village Advisory Board. He is active in speaking for conferences and retreats around the country, especially on topics of marriage and family. He is the author of 4 books, The Economy of God, Everlasting Life, How God Answers Our Questions About Grief, Loss and the Promise of Heaven, Vital Signs, Discovering the Keys of Abundant Christian Living, and Learning to Be You, How Your True Identity in Christ sets us free. David and Lee have been married for 37 years and have 3 grown children, John David, Caroline, Alex, and Kaylee. They have 3 grandchildren, Callum, Charlotte, and Tyler. Lee serves as executive vice president at Referendum Theological Seminary in Oviedo, Florida. Most importantly, I always like to share a little tidbit of Dr. Swanson. We met probably about a year and a half ago over a dinner through colleagues, and it was a night that I was probably struggling a little, and the colleague actually had to leave, so it became a conversation between Dr. Swanson and I, and I'm a firm believer that God puts people in your life at the right time for the right purpose. And since he has personally been a spiritual leader for me, so it is an honor to have him here. It is an honor to serve next to him. And I thank him for all his service, but most importantly, his faith in God and moving forward. Dr. Swanson.
All right, Dr. Swanson.
Wow. Thank you, Commissioner. It's a pleasure to be here today and to be invited to lead. So if you would bow your heads as we join together in prayer. Gracious God, we thank you for the privilege of pausing to simply be quiet. What an unusual thing in the day-to-day nature of our lives, how rare it is to be without noise. And so we reflect, we acknowledge your presence, Lord, your creative purpose and presence in the world. And we pause today to enact Jeremiah 29, which says that all people are to seek the peace and prosperity of the community in which they live and to pray for that community, that the community might flourish. And so I pray, Lord, that you might convict each of us in our day-to-day lives to be more prayerful about our community. There are so many needs, vexing issues and challenges before us. And I pray for the wisdom of this board. I thank you for their service. I thank you for the untold hours that most citizens know nothing about, that they spend trying to solve those problems and make our community and our county better for everybody. And so I pray for their wisdom, Lord, that you would guide them in their deliberations today. But even more than that, I pray for each one just as individuals. Lord, their phone rings at odd hours. They're never off. They're always on. They're always being asked questions. And there's a genuine compassion fatigue that I know can sometimes set in. And rarely is anyone asking them how they're doing. And so I pray that you would minister to them, that on days that are frustrating, on days when they're tired, that you would come up underneath them and strengthen them for the task that is before them that day. Tomorrow has enough trouble of its own, but Lord, for that day and for that moment, Lord, let them know that you are with them, that they're not by themselves in these endeavors, and that you will guide them in the way that they should go. So bring to each one today your blessing, your peace, and your strength. And we ask all these things always for your sake and for your glory. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I still have my kids' karate out. Nothing with. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Pastor Swanson. As the mayor said, there are 3 proclamations for today and a special presentation. And the first proclamation is for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. And the proclamation reads, whereas on October 2nd, 1978, President Jimmy Carter signed a joint congressional resolution establishing the first week in May as Asian Pacific American Heritage Week. And in 1992, the week was expanded to a month-long celebration by President George H.W. Bush. And whereas through the history of our nation, Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have helped shape America's character, becoming a vital asset to the Central Florida community while contributing to the economic growth and cultural enrichment of our nation. And whereas Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders represent many nations and ethnicities, each with its own culture, heritage, language, and traditions. And whereas the Federal Asian Pacific American Council announced the theme of 2026 as Power in Unity, Strengthening Communities Together, honoring the hard work of the AANHPI, leaders who have established a foundation for future generations to thrive and adapt to change and adversity. And whereas Orange County is home to the largest population of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in the state of Florida. And whereas the Orange County Asian Committee, an employee-based volunteer organization, was formed in 2012 with a focus on promoting and preserving the heritage and culture of Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders in Orange County to foster a diverse and inclusive workplace for employees and to partner with other Asian American organizations in Central Florida towards a common goal. Now, therefore, Jerry L. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the month of May as Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in Orange County, Florida, and recognize the valuable contributions of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander employees and residents, as well as their dedication and commitment to building a better Orange County. Done and ordered this 5th day of May, 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Jason Poncho, Chair of the Orange County Asian Committee and website designer for the Orange County Convention Center. Mr. Poncho.
Good morning. Those of you who know me know that I am not Jason Pancho. Jason could not be here this morning due to an emergency. I'm Enshan Edu, Vice Chair of the OCAC, so I'm stepping in for him. Thank you, Mayor. Good morning again, Mayor, Commissioners, Orange County family, and everyone joining us here today. We come together to celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. It is a time to recognize a community that is incredibly diverse, spanning more than 50 ethnic groups and speaking over 100 languages, yet bound together by a shared history of resilience and contribution to the American story. The AANHPI community has been a cornerstone of this nation's progress for centuries, from the laborers who built the Transcontinental Railroad to the innovators who have revolutionized every field from medicine to technology. We also recognize the struggles, the exclusionary laws, and the periods of intense prejudice that were met with courageous resilience and a demand for justice. This month is a reminder that the AANHPI experience is not a monolith, but a vibrant tapestry of traditions, indigenous cultures of Hawaii and the Pacific Islands to the diverse heritage of South, Southeast, and East Asia. By sharing these stories, we break down stereotypes and replace otherness with understanding. As we move through this month, let's do more than just observe. Let's listen to the stories of our colleagues and neighbors, support local AANHPI-owned businesses, and educate ourselves on the nuances of this rich heritage. The Orange County Asian Inspired Art Contest, organized by the Orange County Asian Committee in collaboration with Orange County Public Schools and Orange County Arts and Cultural Affairs, brings artists together to celebrate the rich and diverse cultures of Asia. This year, we received more than 102 incredible submissions and selected 52 outstanding pieces for exhibition. They're outside in the corridor. Please stop by and take a look. We appreciate all the talented artists who have participated in this year's contest and extend our heartfelt congratulations to those whose work was selected. For updates and more information, please follow us on OCACFL on Facebook and LinkedIn. Thank you. Please, all OCAC members come up to the front.
Yes, but I didn't get to go to the event. Let's move this way a little bit so we're centered. You all do such a great job. Yes. Guys, do you see the dots on the floor? We have to center, so come this way. Myra's got to be by the dots.
6 years, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so if you center on the, there's 3 dots, so center on the center.
Okay.
Okay.
We're like, there were about 11 pictures earlier because everyone was shorter.
Oh my goodness. It's true. Yes.
All right, thank you, group. Thank you, Enshan. Appreciate that. I think we'd be a bit remiss if we were to not recognize Shally Wong. Shally Wong is the staff director who manages so much of that. Hard-working Shally Wong. Thank you, Shally. Appreciate you. The next proclamation is for National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. And the proclamation reads, whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week was first proclaimed on May 5th, 1984 by the President of the United States after signing Proclamation 5187, creating National Correctional Officers Week to recognize the men and women who work in jails, prisons, and community corrections across the country. And whereas in 1986, National Correctional Officers and Employees Week became the official name for the first week in May, when the U.S. Senate officially changed the name from National Correctional Officers Week. And whereas National Correctional Officers and Employee Week honors the dedication and commitment of correctional officers and correctional employees representing many disciplines, including but not limited to administration, support, security, health services, community corrections, chaplaincy, programs, and classification. And whereas correctional officers and correctional employees are trained public servants dedicated to maintaining secure correctional facilities, ensuring public safety while facing the many challenges and putting their lives at risk every single day. And whereas correctional officers and correctional employees have led Orange County to be nationally accredited by the American Correctional Association, the Florida Corrections Accreditation Commission, and the National Commission on Correctional Health Care. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the week of May 3 through 9, 2026, as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week in Orange County, and encourage all residents to recognize our criminal justice professionals and their vital role in enhancing public safety and protecting our community each day. Done and ordered this 5th day of May 2026, signed by the Mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is the Orange County Corrections Department Chief, Luis Quinones. Chief.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Brooks. What a proud week it is for us, where we get an opportunity to be recognized. And over the years, I've come before you and explained just how important this proclamation is. And I want to tell you, on behalf of the men and women that work in Orange County Corrections, we are deeply grateful for your continued commitment. Today, I have one of many individuals that works in corrections that has had a long tenured employment. And I want to take this opportunity for me not to necessarily address you, but have this individual who is coming up on a retirement, that he would just let you know how important it is that, and appreciative he is for being recognized today. So at this time, I'll turn the mic over to Officer Miles.
Stop it. Whew. All right, let's do this. First of all, good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, County Administrator, Mr. Brooks, and distinguished guests. It is truly an honor to stand before you today as you recognize National Correctional Professional Week. On behalf of the men and women of Orange County Corrections Department, thank you for this proclamation and your continued unwavering support of our profession. For 34 years, I've had the privilege of serving alongside some of the most dedicated and resilient professionals you'll ever meet. Corrections is often unseen and at times misunderstood, but I say it's an essential to the safety and stability of our community. Every day, these men and women show up with integrity, courage, and a commitment to doing a difficult job the right way. As I prepare to retire, I do so with immense pride, not just in my own career, but in the department and the legacy of service it represents. I'm grateful for the opportunities I've been given, the friendships I've built, and the chance to contribute to something larger than myself. Thank you again, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, County Administrator Mr. Brooks, for recognizing the work of correctional professionals and for standing behind those who serve. It's truly been an honor of a lifetime. Thank you.
Officer Miles has been with Orange County Corrections for 35 years, is that correct?
34.
34 and some change, my goodness. Phenomenal.
If it wasn't for the FRS, I wouldn't.
Congratulations on your retirement. Enjoy. Thank you for everything.
All right, thank you very much, Officer Miles. Chief Quinones. Our final proclamation for the day is for Florida Water Reuse Week. Florida Water Reuse Week, and the proclamation reads, whereas safe, clean, and sustainable water resources are essential to Orange County's environment, economy, residents, and visitors, and whereas water reuse provides a means for conserving and augmenting Orange County's precious water resources, and whereas Florida has established the encouragement and promotion of water reuse as state objectives in chapters 373 and 403 of Florida statutes. And whereas Florida has risen to be a national leader in water reuse, reusing approximately 958 million gallons of reclaimed water per day. More than 50% of the wastewater is treated to conserve freshwater supplies and recharge our freshwater resources. And whereas Florida's permitted reuse capacity is more than 1.6 billion gallons per day. And whereas May, a typically dry month when water demands are high, is a good time to educate residents about how they can help save our precious water resources through water reuse. Now, therefore, Jerry O. Demings, by virtue of the authority vested in him as Orange County Mayor, does hereby proclaim the week of May 17 through 23, 2026, as Florida Water Reuse Week in Orange County, Florida, and encourage all residents and businesses to help protect our precious resource by practicing water conservation and using reclaimed water efficiently and effectively. Done and ordered this 5th day of May, 2026, signed by the mayor and all 6 members of the Board of County Commissioners. Accepting the proclamation is Kerry Cates. Mr. Cates is the Deputy Director for Orange County Utilities. Kerry.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator, and staff. I am Kerry Cates, Deputy Director with Orange County Utilities, but I'm also the Florida Section President of the Water Reuse Association. And it is my, thank you, and it is my pleasure to be here this morning. Reuse Week is May 17th through the 23rd, as you just heard, and it's important that we recognize the role it plays in our overall water supply. I think this is especially relevant today, given the fact that the majority of the state is under some type of drought scenario. Florida is recognized as a national leader in water reuse, and the recycling of water is an integral part of wastewater management, water resource management, and ecosystem management within the state. In Orange County, more than 60 million gallons per day of domestic wastewater flows into our reclamation facilities. There, it receives high-level treatment and disinfection and is converted into clear, odorless, reclaimed water, which is then available to be safely reused in a multitude of beneficial ways. Orange County is somewhat unique in that we responsibly utilize 100% of our reclaimed water as reuse for irrigation, aquifer recharge, power generation, and for discharges that provide environmental benefit, such as rehydrating wetlands. And as I mentioned, the vast majority of the state currently is under some level of drought. Reusing our water helps to conserve Florida's freshwater resources and facilitates the protection of our vibrant ecosystems. As we look toward the future, water reuse will continue to play a vital role in water supply planning and the water supply planning process. And again, I'm very grateful for this opportunity to recognize the importance of reuse as a critical resource for not only Orange County, but for the entire state of Florida as we work to ensure a safe and sustainable water supply for all. So thank you.
He's doing better things, yeah. Yes, the Miami Vice.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Good job, team.
All right, thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Utilities team. And finally, one very special presentation in recognition of a great program and some phenomenal students who are here with us today in this BCC meeting. I'm going to call on Jessica Green, the Program Manager for the Water Division of the Orange County Utilities Department, for this special recognition. Jessica.
Oh man, I'm just so excited to read in front of the classroom. My sixth grade teacher would be quite excited. Good morning, Mayor Demmings, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, and Comptroller Diamond. I'm here today to introduce and recognize some very special guests. They're already sick of me. These students are from the 4th graduating class of H2O Pipeline Classroom to Career, the workforce development program launched in 2022 by Orange County Utilities and Orange County Public Schools. This collaborative program answers a need in the utilities industry and creates lifelong career opportunities right out of high school. During their senior year at University High, these students studied and participated in hands-on training to become water treatment operators. Their dedication to the 2-semester college-level curriculum was truly inspiring, with every student passing the rigorous California State University test. These manuals are like this thick, so I'm super proud of these guys. Additionally, these students are eligible to apply for a paid apprenticeship at our Eastern Regional Water Supply Facility. I've got a special guest here today, Ms. Ketsia Nordalis. She is the Senior Administrator of Career and Technical Education from OCPS. I would also like to recognize Program Instructor Magali Colon. Woo woo! No, give it up for her. She's crushing it. She not only guides the students through this material, but mentors the students as well. We are grateful for our partnership to OCPS. And without further ado, let's recognize these amazing students, the graduating class of the H2O Pipeline program.
As they come forward, I just want to officially recognize our students. This is an opportunity where Orange County is recruiting for the future. And what I say to these students, once we get our hooks into you, we're not going to let you go. They're going to become members of our county government employee, and we're honored to have them. So thank you all to the leadership team that has worked with them, the adults. Thank you all for participating today. And
Right there. Shift this way. Yeah. Maybe the mayor in the middle. Sorry. Mayor in the
Commissioner Summer has me aware now. I can't unsee it.
That's what happens.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Can we have their names? I don't know if we got their names. What are their names? Aaliyah? And fantastic. Thank you, Jessica.
well, we're off to a great start this morning, and what we're going to do now is move forward on this morning's board agenda, and the next item is the opportunity for public comment. I know this is a period of time that many of you look forward to. It's a period of time that our board looks forward to. And so as we begin, we're going to ask members of the public to come forward regarding items of interest or concern that are within this board's authority. This afternoon, we'll be having our public hearings regarding the various land use issues, and there will be an opportunity for those who want to speak on those specific issues later today. And so with that, Mr. Thal Mueller, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard at this time?
We do, Mayor. We have 22 speakers registered this morning.
All right, so this morning, okay. All right, so I'm going to give y'all 2 minutes this morning. All right, so that does not mean you have to take the full 2 minutes, but we're going to try to get through as quickly as we can. Thank you all so much for being kind this morning to us. With that, we'll start with the first speaker, please.
All right, folks, I'm going to call your names in batches. When I do, please line up along the side wall. Approach the podium in the order called. When you do, please begin with your name and address for the record. First speaker this morning is Heather Mayer, followed by Peter Murray, Rachel Hildebrand, Eugene Staccardo, Val Mobley, and Edmundo Barizo.
Is Heather Mayer here? Peter Murray? If not, then we'll move to the next names.
After that, we had Rachel, Eugene, Val, and Edmundo. The first name up may approach the podium.
Rachel Hildebrand, 4651 Chuliota Road. Good morning, Mayor Demings and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Rachel Hildebrand. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Lake Pickett Community Association and as a resident of East Orange County. I want to bring attention to a growing concern within our community regarding the DRC and the level of oversight and transparency within that process. As it stands today, the DRC has the authority to approve variances and decisions that can significantly impact our neighborhoods, sometimes with the effects similar to those reviewed by this board, yet without the same level of public visibility, input, or accountability. When this happens, it can unintentionally open doors to loopholes where policy-level decisions are made administratively rather than through a full, transparent public process. Recently in our area, a project within a rural settlement was approved through this process despite raising concerns about consistency with county policies, including those intended to protect rural character and manage infrastructure responsibly. What's equally concerning is that the lack of transparency in the process itself. For many of us, this was the first time we realized how impactful these administrative decisions can be and how limited the public's role is in them. Commissioner Simrad will be presenting this issue in more detail today, and I want to express my support for her efforts. I know she will speak with this in greater depth and better words, but I felt it was important to come here as a resident to share my perspective and show support for strengthening this process. Our community cares deeply about responsible growth, and we simply want to ensure that our voices are part of that process. We respectfully ask the board to consider stronger oversight of the DRC, improved public notification standards, and greater opportunities for community input when decisions have meaningful impacts on residents. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your service. And good luck.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hildebrand. All right, next speaker, please.
Good morning, Eugene Staccardo, 331 Roswell Avenue. Years ago, as a board member of the Central Florida Sierra Club, I decided it was important that we needed to monitor the DRC because of the issues we're having with the development getting agreements at the DRC, then attempting to resolve it at the BCC. I was never successful on trying to get where and when where they met. They made it very difficult for public participation back then. Fast forward today, the problem still exists. Learning from friends, they have the same issue today. Now I learned the DRC it makes decisions that never even come to you all. I have a lot of respect for the staff, but the BCC are the BCC are the elected official. The buck ends at your desk. When things go south, you hear from us. So the DRC should not be able to make the final agreements that become concrete without allowing the BCC the final decision. Hence, the DRC should advise the elected officials of potential agreements to the development. Finally, you ultimately have the responsibility to the public. You're the final decision makers, and I do support District 5's report for the reform of the DRC. So thank you very much, and I was less than 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Val Mobley, 226 West King Street, 32804. So I want to start with saying thank you for listening to us, support Orlando Shelters. Early in April, your county staff reached out to me and other people in this coalition to have a meeting to talk about cooling centers primarily, also cold night program, but that will come back again later. So we're here today to talk about what that meeting birthed. And that is this that I sent to y'all yesterday. I hope you got a chance to look at your emails. The Christian Service Center, Carla Cox, wonderful person, has come up, her and her team have come up with this idea on how we need to handle cooling centers in Central Florida. And as I said before, and I think that's what got your attention, right now the threshold is 108 degrees, which is way too high and a ridiculous number to worry about people. We need not to overburden our hospitals and our EMT specialists being called out because people are suffering from extreme heat and dying. You can die from extreme heat. So what we are asking is for Orange County to change that threshold down to 103 degrees. We think that is more normal. It's not great because at 90 degrees we know how hot it is. So at 103, people are already suffering. But if we wait to 108, then we've gone to the extreme. The heat is not going to change. It's only going to get worse, and we all know that. So let's do what we can. Oh, was that 2 minutes, Nick?
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Thank you. The time.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll move to the next speaker, please.
Next speaker again was Edmundo. Barring that, our next speaker will be Robert Argusa, followed by Linda Coffin, Brian Jones, Zachary Maldoff, and Michael Perkins. Robert, Linda, Brian, Zachary, and Michael.
Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, and as well County Administrator, Brooks. Robert Argusa, 6675 Westwood Boulevard, Suite 210, Orlando, Florida 32821. And good morning. It is National Travel and Tourism Week, and with us this morning we have our pineapples here to recognize and our outstanding tourism and hospitality industry. So on behalf of the Central Florida Hotel and Lodging Association, our chair of the board, John McGavin, and our board of directors, I just wanted to personally say thank you for your continued support of our vibrant and tourism and hospitality industry that now employs more than 468,000 residents throughout our community. And we all know about the positive economic benefits of the tourism and hospitality industry in creating over $79.5 billion just in Orange County alone. Also generating $2.4 billion in state and local tax revenue, and providing each of our households with over $10,000 in annual tax savings. But you know, it's also National Small Business Week here, and there are more than 500 small businesses that we support through our association that want to do business with the hospitality and tourism industry. You know many of those, including Harville's Produce, which obviously produced today's pineapples for everyone. But lastly, I want to say what's beyond the economics of the tourism and hospitality industry is our community impact and what we do within the community. And just last year alone, we gave over $160,000 to 62 different students who received a student scholarship through CFHLA. In fact, we've given out more than $1.5 million in total student scholarships through our foundation. Most recently, we also collected more than 128,000 items for local students in need throughout the year, as well as supporting our schools through our Adopt a School program that now we have 121 different schools that we adopt, including, and lastly, I will say our support of our first responders and law enforcement. As you know, our partnership through creating the annual Patriot Day Remembrance Breakfast, and we're very excited again to remember that again and work in collaboration with Orange County to support all of our men and women in uniform. So with that, thank you all again for your time. Thank you for your continued support, and enjoy the rest of your day. And please enjoy those pineapples with your families.
All right, thank you, Mr. Grusa. I guess we'll see you tomorrow. All right, next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Linda Coffin, and I'm representing Immigrants Are Welcome Here. Some of us are sick today, so they are not here, but they have a message to give to you. 32810. Thank you to you and your staff. Thank you for voting to remove ICE from the IGSA agreement and for honoring the resolution with integrity, courage, and follow-through. You did not just cast a vote, you listened. You showed up, you stood with our community. We thank you for every long public meeting, every 2-week commission session where you sat, listened, and engaged. We thank you for the one-on-one meetings, the continued conversations, the follow-ups, the phone calls, the emails. We thank you for the Sunshine meeting and for your commitment to transparency and due process. Carol, thank you for your kindness when we showed up unexpectedly. That moment mattered more than you know. Commissioner Scott, thank you for the long evenings and for being the one who made the motion to remove ICE from the IGSA. Your leadership made a difference. Commissioner Cordero, thank you for taking the time to truly study what was happening in our jails and asking the hard questions that needed to be asked. Commissioner Uribe, we appreciate the care and diligence you showed in making sure everything was in order. Commissioner Moore, thank you for your vote. And Commissioner Wilson, thank you for your bravery, for standing firm, and for using your legal knowledge to pursue truth and accountability. Commissioner Simrad, the hours you spent working alongside our team, digging into the legal framework and helping to find the boundaries gave this community the confidence to move forward. Your work was critical. Mayor Demings, we know this was not easy. You are the protector of both the community and your staff, and we respect the weight of that responsibility. Thank you for ultimately being our voice and for standing with the people that you serve. This is what democracy looks like. We know this is not the end, but today we feel the power of partnership. We feel seen. We feel heard. We know that you're being brave with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker.
Good morning, Michael Perkins, 13644 Sunshower Circle, 32828. Mayor, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, good morning to all. I want to follow up on Val Mobley's comments. First of all, thank you for arranging the meeting with emergency management. We've got emergency management talking about cooling centers, which is just wonderful. She hit on the temperature. The temperature is vitally important. The heat index needs to be lowered to make it a safer environment for everybody. But I hope as we move forward, we really begin to consider this to be a public health crisis. In a way, in many ways, this is really similar to a hurricane hitting the area. When it gets to 108, 110 degrees, we have thousands of people outside who have no business being outside in this type of weather. So we really need to do something about this. We need to increase the communication and the way that people find out about where they can go and be safe. And we also need to lower the barriers for people who have pets, who have their belongings with them, who maybe just need to rest, lay down and rest for a bit. We need to somehow reduce those barriers. The parks, the community centers are a great place to go to cool down. But some of the barriers that are right now embedded within the rules of those places make it somewhat of an impetus for them to actually be utilized to the full extent by the people who most need them. So I would encourage you to continue to work with emergency management, lower these barriers, increase the communications through links, through emergency push-outs of text messages and such to the entire community, so that we begin to treat these emergency heat advisories and situations just as we do hurricanes. Thank you so much for your continued support on this issue.
All right, thank you, Mr. Perkins. Next speaker.
All right, if Brian Jones and Zachary Moldoff are not here, the next speaker will be Latasha Jones, followed by Trini Carose, Nelson Betancourt, Mike Patterson, and Dr. Jim Moyer.
All right, you are recognized, Ms. Jones.
All right, good morning to everyone. I would just like to say I'm a bit nervous, but I'm gonna speak fast. But this is something that's very important. I think it's what brought me here today. Again, my name is Natasha, and I'm here today because I'm living in conditions that are unsafe, unhealthy, and have been continuously ignored. I moved into an apartment on July 26, 2025. From the very beginning, there were serious issues. Since that time, I have experienced repeated flooding in both bathroom and my kitchen. This is not a one-time issue. It has happened multiple times. There has also been visible structural damage, including rotting areas in the unit, which raises concerns about mold and long-term safety. These conditions are not only unacceptable, they are dangerous. I want to be clear, I have done everything a tenant is supposed to do. I have reported these issues to property management multiple times. I have followed up. I have tried to work with them patiently and respectfully. But instead of resolution, I've been met with delays in action and failure to properly fix the problems. Even when temporary fixes are made, the issues come right back. I've also reached out to code enforcement. They are currently under the magistrate, and the issue is this: they have ignored everybody. So that tells you what I'm dealing with. Living like this has taken a serious toll on me. It has affected my health, my stress levels, and my overall well-being. Your home is supposed to be a place of safety, and mine has become a source of anxiety and uncertainty. I have reached out beyond property management. I contacted the county commissioner. I even contacted the mayor's office because I felt like I had no other options left. I am standing here today because I still need help. I am asking for simple. I'm asking for enforcement of safe housing standards. I am asking for accountability from the property management company. I am asking for immediate attention to these conditions so I can live in a safe and healthy environment, but not this environment because there's no safe and healthiness there. No resident in this county should have to live like this. No one should have to fight this hard to just be heard. Please do not let this continue, not for me, not for anyone else who may be expecting the same thing in silence. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Jones, before you leave, I don't know if you ever mentioned the name of, is this an apartment?
Yeah, I'm sorry, 1850 Old Heritage Drive.
Okay.
In Orlando.
All right, I'll look to the county administrator to see if.
This is the weight of all the evidence that I have.
So Ms. Wilson is right there. She's going to speak with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
All right, let's see if we can't get on that one. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Trini Quiroz, 2000 Hillcrest, Orlando. Well, this is the first time in months that I feel a little bit comfort and happiness. I want to express my extreme gratitude to every citizen of this county that comes forward and speaks on behalf of those who are verily acknowledged or mentioned, the homeless, the people who are unemployed, the people that suffer. And if you go to the streets, you know who they are. I personally, my watch is Colonial between Alafaya and Mills Street. And what I see is a disgrace. The city beautiful and the county that spends over $8,000 million has thousands of people homeless. Now we have women and we have children and we have young people. Thank you to every group, especially immigrants are welcome here, my gratitude. Thank you to the 30 organizations more that get together at the Unitarian Church every Thursday from 6 to 8. I don't miss not one of those meetings. Those are the people that have human empathy. Those are the people that care. And those are the people that this elected group needs to emulate. They are doing it voluntarily. We're paying people to represent and to do what is best in each one district. So far, I had 2 commissioners that I wanted thanks. I don't do that. You haven't heard me say, but I wanted thanks Commissioner Maribel Cordero and Kelly Senrak for doing what is right for the constituency that elected them with a hope that they will see something different. People never quiet, never stay shut. defend those who have voice but cannot express it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Quiroz. Next speaker, please.
Nelson Betancourt, 5350 East Cayley Street, Orlando, Florida, 32812. Good day, Mayor and Commissioners. Good morning, Mr. Brooks. I want to speak to the consent agenda item regarding funding for the National Entrepreneur Center, the NEC. I am here to urge you that as part of this ongoing funding, Orange County and UCF should actively support the incubation and expansion of worker-owned cooperatives as part of their economic development strategies. I can think of at least 3 areas where developing local worker-owned cooperatives would help tackle inequality and allow ordinary people to take back control of their lives and the economy. 1, by creating a Veterans Construction Corps, a cooperative owned by veterans that utilizes the skills and knowledge of those who have returned from war or served their country. 2, creating a public pharmaceutical enterprise. We have a strong medical and health research infrastructure in this community, and we have ready workforce of hundreds of Puerto Rican residents who have worked in the pharmaceutical industry in their country. 3, local food system co-ops dedicated to preserving our endangered farmlands, their soil and water, for a future less dependent on foreign supply chains, and for a future of local food sovereignty, security, and stability. These are at least 3 areas where worker-owned cooperatives incubated and nurtured at the NEC could help make Orange County more economically stable, resilient, and self-sufficient. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Betancourt. Next speaker, please.
Mike Patterson, 2325 Phillips Road, Christmas, Florida. Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners, Comptroller Diamond, and County Administrator Brooks. I've been a resident of Orange County for 65 years, East Orange County for 27 years. I got a simple request this morning that this board give our community and myself, y'all give more oversight to the DRC decisions on permitting and so forth for land use and variances and so forth. Just that we could, as a community, come here before you guys and be recognized by this board on decisions that the DRC brings. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Patterson. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Happy Asian American Heritage Month. My name is Dr. Jim Moyer. I'm the elected Orange Swan Water Conservation District 2 Supervisor. And excuse me, I gotta get the clicker here. My apologies. Froze for just a second, Mr. Miles said. My apologies, Mayor. Again, my name's Dr. Jim Moyer, and this presentation is mine alone as the District 2 Supervisor. In less than 9 weeks, this country is celebrating our 250th anniversary. One of the founding fathers known for frugality is Ben Franklin. He popularized the term concept of waste not, want not. In honor of Ben Franklin and America's 250th anniversary, as the District 2 Supervisor, I'd like to launch a D2C3 Water Challenge. The 3 C's. 1 is change. Create 2 new habits. 2nd is conserve. Determine 1 new water conservation habit to do every day. Do you run the water when you brush your teeth right down the drain? What about the shower? When you soap up, does it go right down the drain? Washing dishes, does it go right down the drain? And number 3, clean. Come up with 1 new water quality improvement habit. Do you wash your car in the driveway or do you go to the car wash? Do you maintain your car well or does oil spill on your driveway? Do you pick up trash that could go into the stormwater drain? These are all things that could be done every day. So Ben Franklin's second quote, tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. So the water challenge, step 2, tell your friends, family, etc. Teach them how to take part, involve them in this challenge. For more information, contact me. I created a new email address. Thank you and God bless you all.
All right, Dr. Moyer, you had that time perfectly. Thank you for your presence. We'll move to the next speaker, please.
All right, our next and last batch of speakers is going to start with Alan Levi, followed by Tori Simonson, Chris Ritchie, Paul Riccardi, Tom Nerett, and Adi Basu.
Good morning. My name's Alan Levi. I live at 535 East Harding Street, District 3, Orlando. So it's already May. You know what that means. Let's talk about the heat index. When you're looking at your weather app, it says maybe 88, 93 degrees, but you add 10 to 15 degrees because of moisture, and you're up to 100, 107 degrees. But our emergency shelters don't open up to 108 degrees. We need to get that down to 103, please. Most of us in this room can easily find shade, but those experiencing homelessness, they're thinking, people look at me and I don't belong inside anywhere. Or when the sun comes up, I'm cooked. Or what good is a center if it's closed? Or is it me, if it's me getting sunstroked or me getting handcuffed and sent to 33rd, what the heck? As I've said before, any of us in a flash can end up without a home. Let's take care of everyone, not just people who can afford shade. Let's change that 108 degrees to 103. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Tor Simonson. I am known as Initiator on Instagram. I come to speak to you from the heart that is filled with the sacred waters of the many faiths throughout the world. Perhaps something I say will remind you of your own faith. On February 5th, the Orlando Police Department arrested me for promoting a Peace's Prosperity Plan that centered on the war in Russia-Ukraine. I spent over 50 days hoping that my trial, which never came because America has abandoned its democratic safeguards and its Constitution and is today but a prop for despots. My current efforts focus on destroying an empire of lies by offering the light of truth against the smoke of hatred that offers only enslavement and war. All those who are free and all that is wild is my sacred responsibility. If America is the land of the free and the home of the brave, then I am the freest and bravest among you. If God shed his grace on America, that grace is me. I am in communication with the Allied forces, the Freedom Force that I fight alongside, as I explained to active duty U.S. military forces. Because America's military could no longer be conquered from without, they conquered us from within. And it is now corrupted by the traitors who only wear the mask of an eagle. The homeless shelters are nothing but Nazi work camps which promise work will make you free. They hide their Nazi eagle behind rainbows, and unicorns. The mental wards are nothing but Stalin's re-education camps. The prisons are nothing but the Confederate plantations. I have explained that the worm is in the eagle's brain and called for the freedom force that is the American military and the coalition of the willing free people to return to America to strike the eagle's nest at its source. Feel free to obtain my arrest video or follow me on Instagram. My name is Initiator on Instagram. And I want you to know that I am the once and future, and that what I call for is the wild hunt.
All right. Mr. Simonson, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good morning, Mayor Demings, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Chris Ritchie. I'm the President of the Orange County Firefighters Association, Local 2057. First, I want to thank the board again for the clear direction provided at the impasse hearing. Your action gave both sides a path forward and gave our members an opportunity to finally move toward closure on a long overdue contract. Since that hearing, Local 2057 has continued working with county staff to clean up contract language, confirm articles, and address related MOUs and implementation issues. In most areas, that process has moved forward in good faith. Our concern today is specific to Article 31 insurance. This is not a situation where the union is refusing to negotiate. In fact, we did negotiate. For 3.5 years, each time the county raised a concern about Article 31, we worked to address it. We made concessions. We refined language. We narrowed the issues, and the remaining concerns were presented to this board at impasse. The board gave direction. As we understand it, Local 2057's extraction from the county-sponsored health care plan was authorized subject to 3 specific issues. Our attorney has submitted language intended to address those specific issues. At this stage, Article 31 should not be reopened for broader bargaining. That process has already occurred. What remains is implementation of the board's direction and resolution of the specific legal concerns identified. Our members have waited long enough for a contract that reflects this board's direction. We are not asking for anything new today. We're asking that the process move forward so the full agreement can be finalized, ratified by our membership, and placed before this board before final approval. Respectfully, we ask the board to provide clear clarification and direction to the county's team to move forward with implementation of Article 31 as amended by the language necessary to address the last 3 identified issues. To this date, we have only had correspondence from the county's team requesting to bargain and negotiate. Negotiations are done. Let's move forward. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Ritchie, thank you for your comments. I'll look to the county administrator. We'll caucus perhaps during the break, Mr. Brooks, and give you some direction on how we proceed from there. All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Paul Riccardi. I'm the Vice President of Local 2057. I'm here today to echo President Ritchie's sentiment. What we have before us, we've actually changed and we've worked through the negotiation process at multiple times. We started the negotiation process in July of 2023, 8 months early, because we knew that the healthcare issue was going to be a large issue. We presented the language to the commissioners. We presented the language to everyone, and there were changes that were made. Our attorney has actually sent letters to Mr. Mandel, the county's counsel in this particular area, on March 27th and April 8th. He has yet to receive any response from him. That's unacceptable. We have our people that actually need to have this contract ratified and done and over with so they can get their wages that they've been waiting for so long. It's unacceptable to sit there and have the county side sit there and delay. The board gave direction. Our attorney actually provided a letter to each one of the commissioners that was provided to you with the updates on the concerns that the board had. It's time for us to move forward and go forward and actually proceed with the contract and ratify it. Thank you very much, Commissioners. Have a very nice day.
All right, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, I know I heard you say caucus up. What
Yes.
does that mean for
What
our
that
board?
means is I'll talk with county administration and legal and kind of get a read on what's going on, and
Okay.
we'll decide whether we bring something back at this
Mayor,
board meeting or future.
We are scheduled for May 19th was the date that
Okay.
we were scheduled to bring this back to the board. But after we spoke, I'll be more than happy to then come back and report and tell you exactly where we are with this spec. But I'll wait till after we have a chance to talk.
We'll caucus, and I'll tell you where we head from there. All right, next speaker, please.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Excuse me. Thanks for your service, of course. I'm here representing Save Orange County. My name is Tom Narrett, 14620 Joe Sayre Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32826. I wanted to speak this morning with a simple request that our District 5 Commissioner take up the topic of asking for your support on increasing oversight for the DRC regarding waiver and variance decisions. Save Orange County delivered to each of you, I think, roughly 627 petitions and signed letters from its followers. So this is no small topic. This is an important smart growth discussion, as you all know. It's as simple as your left hand, your right hand. Your right hand, BCC, your left hand, DRC. With today's model, the right hand has put specific zoning in place to be in harmony with the bigger picture of strategic smart growth initiatives. We all know that. But as proven in the recent drive-through coffee shop appeal, the DRC's reversal of their original consistent with the BCC intentions oddly became reversed and suddenly became inconsistent with the BCC's intent and the community's expectation, inconsistent as it relates to rural settlement requirements, inconsistent as it relates to managing the infrastructure, impact to the intersections, etc. For me, this is way bigger than a coffee shop, and Commissioner Uribe mentioned this in the past, Vision 2050, right? We were all made commitments by staff. Don't worry, we know a countywide flume designation that is inconsistent with what we want in a particular parcel is okay because zoning protects it. Zoning protects that coffee shop land. Zoning was overturned. Appeals were made by the community. They were denied. It's virtually impossible to do. This started as a coffee shop wrongful variance, and constituents blocked out. It's a critical policy that is not balanced policy. It's not representative government. We're asking for you to fix that today. Thank you.
All right, can you give me your last name one more time, please?
Yes, Narrett. N as in November, A-R-U-T.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Hello, Mayor, Commissioners, neighbors. My name is Adi Basu. I live down the street at 820 Main Lane, and I'm a local grad student studying real estate. And I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about housing and development off the back of the news from Fellowship Baptist Church in Pine Hills announcing the start of a 300-unit development. I'm again reminded how encouraging it is to live in a county with an affordable housing trust fund and an active pursuit of YIGBI programs. Commissioners, I already know you're familiar with YIGBI because I saw Mayor Demings speak about YIGBI at the ULI conference earlier in February, and I saw Commissioner Scott attend a Florida Housing Coalition YIGBI mixer. I like to think they're following me, not the other way around. But in order to build a better Orange County and better serve the tens of thousands of future neighbors, we should also, in my opinion, be specifically encouraging urban infill, missing middle, and adaptive reuse developments. Increase supply, decrease sprawl, all through unlocking the creative force of small-scale and first-time developers. And I've seen them, too. Not just pastors building hundreds of dwelling units, but also pastors looking to develop 2 or 3, working professionals wanting to build their first duplex or triplex, but they all face large hurdles. Getting financing and other necessities for these small-scale and first-time builds. And all these thoughts are what were running through my head when I started developing an app, a startup, which I've already received some funding and mentorship to build that I'll be emailing your offices about later today. I'm just here to tell you, I'm a real person, hoping for real help, but we can talk about that later. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Basu. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, that was our last registered speaker this morning.
All right. Check one more time. Anyone else here to be heard during this public comment period? All right. Thank you all very much. We're going to move forward. We'll move to the consent agenda item at this time. I'll go to the county administrator, Mr. Byron Brooks, to
Thank you, Mayor.
Consent agenda.
Staff presents the consent agenda for board consideration as presented.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Is there a motion for approval? Motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Gomez-Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, motion passes, and it is unanimous. With the action that we just took, with full clarity, I do want to point out a few things here. I'd like to highlight the fact that the new Fire Station 31, a two-story custom facility, will be located in the Dr. Phillips area near the intersection of Dr. Phillips Boulevard and Banyan Road, replacing a 50-year-old leased station. This project represents a significant investment in modern, purpose-built infrastructure for Orange County Fire Rescue. I really look forward to that one because that's the one that serves where I live. The station includes 3 apparatus bays, updated living and operational accommodations, secured parking, and a rooftop solar array. It has been intentionally designed to enhance response efficiency, resiliency, and service delivery to the surrounding community. Fire Station 31 also incorporates safety-focused design elements to reduce firefighters' exposure to carcinogens, enhance ventilation, and decontamination areas. Together, these features ensure the station meets current community needs while supporting Orange County Fire Rescue's ability to serve a growing population in the present and in the future. Our Citizens Commission for Children is adding nearly $440,000 to the county's contract with 2 nonprofit agencies offering pediatric care and dental services for uninsured or underinsured youth county-wide. Cumulatively, the funding is expected to result in more than 2,800 consultations as well as more than 1,300 youth who will be served. The additional funding will be sourced from the Children's Services rollover funding, which must be utilized by the end of the 2026 fiscal year. In other words, this current fiscal year. Today, we also approved 3 agreements totaling $482,685 under the Federal Community Development Block Grant for the rehabilitation of public facilities, providing services for low to moderate income Orange County residents. Remember, some ask that we take care of the least of those in our community. These are examples of how we're doing that. The agreement with Friends of Children and Families Incorporated will enhance storm readiness for 2 community-based group homes, and the agreement with Matthews Hope Ministries will allow for the rehabilitation of showers and hygiene facilities to serve individuals who are homeless as part of the agency's Outreach Service Day program. The agreement with Primrose Center Incorporated will assist with the rehabilitation of a facility providing supportive and residential services to individuals with significant disabilities. That's good news that we're sharing. And there were those of you who came forward who talked about reducing the 108 heat index to 103 for opening up cooling centers. I heard you. What I will tell you is that I do believe that it is a public safety and a public health issue. Sometimes I'm going to do something that I rarely have done since I've been mayor. And this is a non-agenda item that I believe is necessary for our board to take action on. And therefore, I would like to make a motion.
Second, Wilson.
That we reduce our threshold from 108 to 103 today.
Second, Wilson.
Okay. I think Commissioner Wilson got out the second first.
Okay.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and it is unanimous. So we will direct our staff to move forward with all of the mechanics to make that happen. I only do so because I do believe that when it comes to public safety, public health, when there are issues, obviously I'm a well-experienced crisis manager. We take and make decisions sometimes that are urgently needed, not at the expense of the health and welfare or well-being of our residents. So it's the right thing to do at the right time. Those of you who spoke, thank you for bringing it to our attention. We don't have to belabor this issue. With that, we're going to move forward to our discussion agenda at this time. We're going to call on Ms. Tracy Atanasio, Assistant Manager of the Procurement Division, to present the Procurement Committee recommendations regarding the selection of one firm and an alternate to provide needle exchange, infectious disease elimination, and the program related. And so with that, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, County Administrator Brooks, Comptroller Diamond. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for the Needle Exchange Infectious Disease Elimination Program. I am requesting board selection of one firm and an alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Gomez Cordero was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right. With that, Commissioner Gomez Cordero, do you have a potential motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Okay, I move for the selection of Hope and Health Center of Central Florida, Inc., with 370 points, with Specialized Treatment, Education, and Prevention Services, Inc., with 302 points as the alternate, as well as the requested action on the screen.
Second, Wilson.
All right. We do have a motion by Commissioner Gomez Cordero, a second by Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. We'll now move to the next item on our agenda. This is A2. And with this item, I also recognize Ms. Atanasio for this item as well. With that, you're recognized.
Thank you. The Procurement Committee has evaluated proposals for Park's new small restroom prototype design. I am requesting board selection of one firm and two ranked alternates, as well as the requested action on the screen. Commissioner Uribe was assigned to the Procurement Committee.
All right. Commissioner Uribe, do you have a potential
I
motion?
move for the selection of Ziskovich LLC with 363 points and with MRI Architectural Group, Inc. with 355 points, and Architectural Design Collaborative, Inc. with 334 points as the ranked alternates, as well as a requested action on the screen.
Second, Wilson.
I was going to second.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Uribe, second by Commissioner Wilson. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Ms. Atanasio. Okay. Come back to the mic for a moment. I don't know if I'm butchering your last name or not.
No, you
I
said
got
it
right.
perfectly.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. That's for the future. All right. The next item on our agenda is a discussion agenda item B1. I'm going to call on Mr. Byron Brooks, the County Administrator, to frame this item with that. You'll recognize Mr. Brooks regarding the Value Adjustment Board appointments.
Thank you, Mayor. background, the Value Adjustment Board is composed of 2 members of the Board of County Commissioners, 2 alternates from the Board of County Commissioners, 1 citizen member appointed by the board who must own homestead property within the county, and 1 alternate citizen who also must own homestead property within the county. And then there's 1 member selected by the school board and 1 citizen member appointed by the school board. This morning, the board is being asked to appoint 2 commissioners and 1 citizen to serve on the Value Adjustment Board as the primary members, and then appoint 2 commissioners and 1 citizen as alternates. Last year, Commissioners Uribe and Gomez-Cordero served as the primary board members, and Commissioners Wilson and Moore served as the alternate board members. Both citizen members, Robert Caldwell and Rui Hawkins, have indicated a willingness to continue to serve another term. In addition, after the board makes a selection of its 2 primary and 2 alternates, the board is being asked to appoint 1 primary member as the chair of the Value Adjustment Board. And the legal counsel for the Value Adjustment Board has also recommended that the board appoint 2 vice chairs, 1 primary member and 1 alternate member. And with that, Mayor, it's open to the board for your deliberations and selection.
All right, so with that, we'll take up the first item, questions for members of the board. This is for the BCC members 2 who will serve as primary and 2 as alternates. I'm going to recognize Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, followed by Commissioner Uribe, followed by Commissioner Wilson. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. And before I do my selection, I want to say thank you so much for appointing me to this board. It was amazing. I learned a lot. There were people that said, "Oh, that's boring" or whatever, but we really make a big difference, and we work with the Comptroller's Office and so on. It was a very amazing board. So I want to nominate Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Simrat for the chair and the vice chair, whatever position. But at least the chair, since she was an alternate this year. So.
All right, so we have a nomination. We'll see. I'm going to go to Commissioner Uribe and then Commissioner Wilson for comments. Commissioner.
Well, I wanted to take a moment to thank Mr. Diamond for your phenomenal staff, who every meeting had us ready, set to go. Commissioner Gomez-Cordero and I have chaired it for 3 years, back in for 3 or 4 years now.
4 years.
4 years, and we've loved it. And at first, people thought it was funny that we wanted to, but we learned so much. Mm-hmm. We actually created some new things that were used and implemented when no one thought that it was just a yay, nay, and move on. But I think you guys will enjoy it because it's another level of people having the opportunity to have their voice heard. So it's an honor, and I want to, if you don't mind, I'd like to second that nomination for Commissioner Wilson and Commissioner Simrat. And they're so efficient. We're like in and out in 20 minutes. So don't worry. Mm-hmm. Okay. Perfect. Yes.
All right. Commissioner Wilson.
I'm really grateful for the opportunity. I know how critical and important that board's work is, the work of value adjustment, and the importance of having a place for our citizens to be able to go through that process. And I am honored to accept the nomination. Just a logistical question. You said they meet 4 times a year. In what day and time?
They'll move it with you.
Okay, I was just going to say, only because I have been honored to also be chair, for Metro Plan. I want to make sure that I'm not putting myself in a position to have to juggle those. Okay, then I would be happy to accept that nomination. Knowing that we are missing a couple today, how do we do the alternates?
And then Scott and Commissioner Scott is
first on the floor right now. The first.
Okay, I would.
Selecting the 2 primary members.
Okay, so I believe the motion is for Commissioner Wilson and Simrat to be the 2 primary members. If that's correct, and Commissioner Uribe, you were seconding that motion. With that in mind, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. Congratulations to Commissioner Wilson and Simrat as the primary members. Okay, the next is...
Well, now you have the alternates.
The alternates, yes. And so who shall be the alternates?
Commissioner
Scott.
Scott.
Commissioner Scott, he's not here to
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 accept?
say yay or nay, but, okay. And we need two alternates, right?
Well, District 2 is not here.
District two, so we,
And we are leaving, Mayor.
yes. And this, by the way, the term begins when and ends when?
You know if the comptroller knows?
Well, our last meeting was last 2 weeks ago, so we are done.
Okay. So this, I mean, for the new members, it sounds like their terms will begin soon with the next meeting of the Value Adjustment Board. But when will it end?
I think August, right?
Cheryl did send that to me. I'd asked that question.
If I remember correctly, I think it's around April of next year.
April
the
of
following
next year.
year that it would
No.
end. I think that's when they get through. Isn't that when you get through all of
Yeah,
your?
but I think that you have like 3.
Well, you serve longer, but you get through all of the appeals and
You have-
everything. I think.
So,
by
so
April of next year.
the complication here is the remainder of us present will not be on this board in the current capacities. I'll put it like that. And so I don't know that it would be appropriate. We could serve as an alternate role for the duration of the tenure. So with that, I will entertain a nomination.
Commissioner Gomez Cordero is the alternate.
I agree.
I nominate Commissioner Uribe as the other alternate.
Okay, Commissioners Gomez Cordero and Commissioner Uribe, are you willing to accept?
Yes.
As the alternate through the remainder of your term here on the board? Okay, all right, so is there a second to that
Second.
motion?
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Simrad. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. And so Commissioner Scott, with that motion, he got off.
I know.
Yeah.
Scot-free. Okay. There you go. Okay. All right.
I'm
Now
sorry,
we'll
there's a
move
question
to
from
the
the
next
clerk.
item.
Mayor, I'm sorry,
Yes.
there's a question from the clerk.
Say that.
On that motion, who's the first?
The motion.
Commissioner Uribe made the motion for Commissioner Cordero as an alternate. I made the motion for Commissioner Uribe as the alternate.
Okay, got it.
It's the second alternate. Second
I think that's how it went, but I'm gonna trust that's the
You
way
gotta
it went.
try raise
Okay, all right.
And it
Got
was-
it? Any other
Yeah,
questions
he's
from the clerk?
He's got the.
Got it?
He's got the.
We do have the clerk available, if the Value Adjustment Board clerk available for any questions, or if you prefer to move on, we can move on.
Oh, we're gonna move on. I think we got it. All right, we'll move to the next item, and this is regarding the.
I'm sorry, which? We aren't on stormwater yet. Were you getting ready to
Still have the
stormwater?
citizens.
Got to do the citizen.
Yeah, I'm going to the citizen, for Robert Caldwell as a citizen member and Rui Hawkins as the alternate.
Yes, motion to approve?
Okay, that's what I'm going to.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Gomez Cordero.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second, and that is to appoint Robert Caldwell as the citizen member and Rui Hawkins as the alternate citizen member. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. And now, we'll move to the next item. This is for the chair and the vice chair appointments. And so I will entertain a motion.
Motion for chair.
For the vice, for the chair.
For the chair,
I'll file
Commissioner
chair for
Wilson.
Commissioner Wilson.
All right. Motion for Commissioner Gomez Cordero is making a motion to nominate Commissioner Wilson as the chair, and Commissioner Uribe is seconding that motion. Any further questions? Okay. All right. All in favor of Commissioner Wilson being the chair, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
And
Motion
then
passes.
I'd like to
and is
nominate Commissioner Semrad as vice chair.
Second.
All right, nomination for Commissioner Simrad as vice chair. the second was Commissioner Gomez Cordero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. Congratulations to those of you who will be serving in those roles.
They've asked for.
Enthusiastically serving.
They've asked for 2 vice chairs.
They want 2 vice chairs.
Well, they're out of luck.
Well, okay. Well,
I'll be there.
Commissioner Scott is not here.
He's not
But
in it
he's-
anyways. He's out.
Motion
You-
for
you
Commissioner
mean for the-
Uribe?
It'd have to be
I'll
one of the
take it.
citizens. Okay,
Yes. I second that.
okay. I believe Commissioner Simrad, you were
She nominated me.
nominating Commissioner Uribe
Yep.
as the second vice chair.
I know I'll be busy.
And who was the second on that?
Commissioner Gomez.
Commissioner
There's only a
Gomez
few of us
Cordero.
left here.
All right. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes and it is unanimous. And now, thank you all. We're going to go to the next item, C1, discussion agenda item regarding an update on the stormwater utility proposal. Ms. Julie Borders is going to be leading us through that discussion. With that, you're recognized, a project manager from the Fiscal and Operations Support Division there at Utilities. Ms. Borders.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm happy to be back. We were here just about a year ago today to talk about the stormwater utility with you. So today, the purpose of this presentation is to provide you an update on Phase 2 of the project and receive guidance from you all in regarding next steps and especially the community engagement portion. So a little bit of background. The stormwater utility fee was identified as a long-term action item in the Mayor's Transition Team report. And then subsequently in multiple board presentations, if you'll recall in 2023 and 2024 in those series of stormwater presentations, the utility was also identified and as an item to move forward in a phased approach. So the first phase, which has been completed, and that is what we presented last May to you all, that identified the current stormwater program and future level of service needs. And then it went on to identify a preliminary rate model and recommended rate structure. Phase 2, which is currently underway, finalizes that impervious surface area, initiates community outreach, develops a credit policy, and identifies the residential tiers. Phase 3, which would be the implementation portion of this project, would include ordinance revisions and public hearings finalizing that final rate model. So the current stormwater program is about a $50 million program and is operated by 3 primary divisions: our stormwater, roads and drainage, and environmental protection division. There is a substantial amount of operation and maintenance that occurs under this program. Our primary and secondary systems, retention ponds, drain wells, navigation maintenance, as well as extensive capital projects. Those include drainage infrastructure improvements and retrofits, as well as our water quality projects to improve our lakes and rivers. So there are some significant challenges to our stormwater system, including recent regulatory changes, especially for our stormwater permit, which is our National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. This permit has been revised recently by the state and will require additional inspection and reporting for all of our structures within the county, as well as increased basin management action plan requirements. And if you'll recall, these plans are required to improve our water quality in our lakes, rivers, and streams. And recently, the state has increased the responsibility of the stakeholders that are involved in those plans to improve water quality, not just now, but for future development as well. Our Springs BMAP is especially has increased requirements recently and that will need additional capital projects to help reduce those pollutant loads. Flood mitigation and water management capital projects are also needed in many areas of the county, especially, as you know, older neighborhoods that were built prior to stormwater requirement rules. Those are currently, most of them have no treatment and really rely on roadside treatment and storage. We additionally, last year you heard a presentation on changes in rainfall intensity, especially for those smaller duration storms. So that is also a challenge that we are facing for the future. Now, we currently have a stormwater utility ordinance. This was passed 30 years ago in 1996. The rate was set at 0 and has not been modified to date. And it was created to fund the operation and maintenance of our stormwater system. This is a pie chart that you've seen before, just showing the allocation of funding for our current program. And a majority of the funding does come from sales tax, but as you can see, there are other sources, including grants, that apply. And this chart shows the comparison of some of the counties around the state, as well as some of the municipalities within Orange County. It shows toward the right there, the annual rate as well as the monthly rate. And the statewide monthly rate for this survey, which was done in 2024, is just under $9 a month. So last year when we were here, the board gave direction to move forward with phase 2, which included a prioritized project list, developing a credit policy, and moving forward with a goal to meet that level of service B, which is a 25-year implementation of projects. And it also included a tiered rate model using the residential impervious area and based on 3 tiers. And then the community outreach component. So as we have moved forward with phase 2, we have developed a prioritized project list, and that effort was also used during the infrastructure surtax effort, which we have now expanded upon to include additional categories of projects. And those projects include everything from easement acquisition, infrastructure, pump station improvements, flooding, capital projects, water quality capital projects, as well as regulatory compliance. So if we move forward, the funding level will determine how many of those projects we can complete each fiscal year. And here's just a spatial representation of the different division projects that have been identified. So as we discussed the level of service and the rate methodology, again, the level of service B, which was identified last year as the goal for implementing those capital projects through a phased implementation. And tiering, we identified 3 tiers to date, and you can see how the impervious square footage is represented in those 3 tiers. So just in summary here, the existing program is about a $50 million program spread across the 3 divisions. And that $50 million includes 4 categories: program management, regulatory compliance, capital projects, and O&M. And so if we were to increase our funding to meet different levels of service, you can see that if we were just to target the capital projects for level of service D, C, and B, that is the additional funding that we would have to identify to meet those levels of service. And this chart kind of looks at a couple different scenarios. We've got 6 scenarios, and there's a lot on this slide, but it's meant to show the range of scenarios that could move forward if you choose to do so. So the first 2, scenario 1 and 2, show what it would take to meet a level of service D. Scenario 1 is just CIP only, and the white font represents the monthly fee, and the blue bar represents the annual fee, with those numbers correlated at the bottom of the graph. So this, as you can see, as we move up to Scenario 6, if we were to include that existing program, which is that $50 million program, along with the capital improvements to meet level of service B, we would end up at just about $19 a month. And so one of the remaining tasks for Phase 2 is the community outreach. This was put on hold during the surtax effort just so we didn't have two different fees out there in the public at the same time. We didn't want to be confusing. It's proposed that we have meetings in each of the districts during the May-June time period, put out a lot of newsletters, social media, work with your offices specifically to make sure that we're targeting the community as much as possible. And we want to get input from the community on any other project needs that need to be identified and put on that prioritized list, how they feel about the fairness of the square footage and the tiers, any other credit categories that we need to consider, and what that support for funding this fee would be. And so the credit policy, so far we are looking at credit for those that already pay into an MSBU or TU, as well as any other credit for reduction of for infiltration or runoff to our stormwater system, such as low impact development and on-site treatment. And like I said, we would want to identify if there's any other additional credit categories that we need to consider. So we have a June 30th meeting scheduled if we were to move forward today. At that meeting, we would need a lot of guidance from you all in regards to the tiering for that impervious square footage, a starting rate, whether or not you want to start at a lower rate and escalate over 5 years to hit our goal of that final monthly or annual fee to hit the level of service, and whether or not we want to include capital or more than just capital in that fee. So here's our project timeline. If we were to move forward today, we would complete that community outreach component in the May-June time period. Then we would come back to you all at the end of June, and there we would report out on Phase 2 of the project and get your guidance on whether or not we are going to move on to Phase 3, which is the implementation portion, and that's where we'll revise the ordinance and then bring that back to public hearings in the October timeframe. So in summary, last year in May, you all gave the direction to have us move forward with Phase 2 of the project, targeting that level of service B for a 25-year implementation of projects, and also move forward with identifying a rate structure based on tiered impervious area. Right now we are in Phase 2 and we are nearing completion with the exception of the community outreach portion, which is scheduled for May-June time period. And then we would come back in June to have a work session on that final Phase 2 report out, get direction from you all on the remainder tasks in Phase 2. And then if we were to move forward, we would have a work session and public hearing toward the end of the year in October. So with that, staff is requesting direction from the board to move forward with completing the utility fee study. And that includes community outreach in May and June of this year, completing Phase 2, and then returning to the board June 30th to seek direction on Phase 3 and future public hearings. And with that, we have our team here to take any questions that you might have.
All right, thank you, Ms. Borders. We're going to open it up for questions or comments by members of the board. We'll begin with Commissioner Gomez-Cordero.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Ms. Bertle, for the presentation and for always being there available. Thank you and your team. So I have several questions. I know we discussed them already, but for effect of the public hearing and, you know, people listening. Which scenario will get us to level B?
So let's see, let me get back to that slide. So the last two, scenario 5 and 6, would get us to that level of service B. Scenario 5 is just funding for CIP only. And then scenario 6 is CIP as well as funding our entire existing program.
Okay. Okay. Is Orlando looking to adjust the rate or increase the rate as well?
So Orlando, they've had a stormwater utility fee, and they're about in the middle of a 5-year rate increase as we speak.
Okay. Okay. And then, let me see. If we had passed the infrastructure sales tax, we will not need to do this?
So the infrastructure surtax would have provided funding for capital for stormwater. So that, you know, if we were to move forward with a stormwater utility fee, if at some point in the future the surtax does get passed, we could reduce the utility.
Okay. Okay. Is it possible to do 4 tiers?
Yes, I think it's typically recommended no more than 5 tiers, just because it gets confusing for the residents. But 4 tiers is certainly 3 to 5 tiers is typically what local governments use.
Okay. Is there any other county with more than 3 tiers?
Yes, I believe that City of Tampa and St. Petersburg have 4 tiers.
Okay.
I think our question was counties.
Oh, sorry. I'm not aware of the counties. Maybe Sarasota might. I've got Brian Mack here with CDM Smith, who is helping us work on this.
Okay. Okay, so anyway, I finished my question. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you so much. I know this is a long game, and I think it's so important that people understand that this has been stewing and brewing for a very long time. This was just inherited sort of by, I would say, the people that are right now really analyzing it and trying to find a way forward. I do want to take a pause there and like maybe a moment of silence for the infrastructure sales tax that rests and consider the future. And what we understood when we got that analysis was that in part, this could be paid by the visitors. We understand that much of this impervious is because of the type of industry we have here, which is large concrete structures in, you know, areas of hospitality and in retail and across the board. The only way right now, with our legislature looking the way it is and our tax structure the way it is to look for either fees or potential sales tax options. The fees are the burden of the citizens, the residents. Again, an infrastructure surtax that could have been based on a half-cent 10-year would then be also picked up. The tab would be picked up by potentially anybody, right? Everybody, visitors alike. So I just want to put it back out there, a little salty, because we could have gotten our Green Place program funded too. But it's okay. It'll be there for 2028. And I want to make sure we're continuing this conversation. My actual real kind of nuts and bolts question for you is about the community engagement piece of this and what that would look like. I think this is a very complex issue. I think right now it's converging with an issue of what really our local sales or local ad valorem tax may look going into the future. I think understanding the risks to the public of doing nothing is going to be part of the need in our conversations. So if you could let me know a little bit about what that would look like, the public engagement piece.
Sure. So again, we plan on having meetings out in the community as well as digital media out there as well, online surveys. But specifically for the meetings, we plan on having breakout sessions where we have copies of maps, and we want to make sure that if people understand that if we were to move this forward, that they would see results in their community. Where we've identified projects, but where additionally do you see problems in not only your neighborhood, but in your community, when you take your kids to school, when you go to the grocery store? Are there problems that you see in the neighborhood? And bring them back to, this type of funding would help resolve those issues in the community. And making sure that they're, like I said, providing input on the fairness and the equity of the square footage. I know in other entities that have had public meetings, the fairness on the square footage has come up before. So we want to make sure that we get input on that. And finally, are they willing to fund this? It's part of our resiliency effort. It's part of making sure that we have a safe community and giving them a forum to do that.
Yeah, and I think, so to hear you talk through it, it does, that to me feels like the type of explanation that will encourage a lot of dialogue. I think, we got the email that had the newsletter, was what it was called, from, I guess it was Daryl that put it together last week. But it's a PDF, right? That doesn't go anywhere. We don't mind sharing. I know he said that it's going to go on a website, but the success of a newsletter is really inherently tied to the growth of the subscribers. So I just wanted to find out if, in the content of this, it looks very AI to me. I was wondering, did you have any oversight for what I think you just did, which was to explain this in a way that I think the regular citizen would understand? And I know you're a technical expert and not a public outreach expert, but we're going to need both, right? And we're going to need that to be something that can bridge the understanding. Politicians are often not the best transmitters of that. We can tell you how to get the people into the room. We can tell you what the complaints are. We can tell you what the long-term concerns are. But to relay the technical expertise, we do need the people that have that qualification. So let me know what your thoughts are sort of about that outreach and engagement, and what you think we can try to do to make sure that it's not just sitting and that the information isn't somewhere that people will have to dig for it.
Sure. And so that newsletter was initially started to make sure that you all were aware of the task that came out of the stormwater presentations in 2024, that we were working on them and moving them forward. So it's kind of evolved as we move forward, more of a community newsletter about stormwater and stormwater efforts. If you all have seen the latest issue, it was about our national pollution discharge elimination system and how residents, even in their backyards, can help improve stormwater, water quality runoff in what they're doing in their backyard. So it's like I said, evolved as more of an effort to help engage residents, and that is something that we can certainly use as we move forward, and have a more diverse input on that, and have more people receive it, whether it's a subscriber or we get email distribution lists and things like that. We want to make sure that people have access to that information readily, especially during this effort.
Yeah, I think that Engage Orange right now has been really good. I think there's the one for the CDB or the Recovers that has been really, and I've seen their subscription list grow, right? So, every time I think that there's something that comes out from communications here, then it's kind of a teaser to that, and then you can kind of see the engagement levels go up, and it's just really important because we know right now we're in a drought, but we're going to be rounding the corner and back into wet season. We're going to hopefully, I'm going to knock on all kinds of wood here, but, going into hurricane season and continuing to have these conversations about standing water and stormwater and water quality, that those things are all connected, and this is this conversation. Thank you so much for all the work. I know it is a lot, and I think, but this is legacy work for the survival of this area, so thank you.
All right, Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for your presentation. So could you just quickly give me, I'm looking at funding of this. So what's our current infrastructure need in terms of cost?
So our current program is about it's like a $11 million program for capital. That's our capital. If we were to try to improve that to a level of service D, we would need an additional $5 million a year, and it goes up from there. to meet that level of service B, which is about an additional $55 million.
Okay, and so there's a deficit of the 55 million, and then who recommends that a B is enough? Like, why not an A? Who makes that recommendation of a B is adequate?
Well, when we were here last May, those were we presented the level of service D, C, B, and A. And based on our work and looking around the state, we brought those decisions to you, and it was decided that level of service B was the target that we should go for.
Okay, understood. So, but I think that Orange County residents, and of course all of us, would like to, an A would be great because then we're at the top, and I think our residents deserve the top. But I just before we talk about, taxing ourselves and taxing our residents, I just want to remind everybody we're the #1 tourist destination in this country. 75 million tourists come into our area. More than 200,000 of them are on our streets, flushing our toilets, drinking our water, sitting in our traffic. And District 5 went to Tallahassee this year. We met with every single member of the delegation. We have support to request diversification of our TDT at the state. We have the support, and we have the support, importantly, of the party that is dominating our political realm, which is Republican. And we met with all of them, and there are numerous ones that are ready to do a bill with Orange County. They're ready. So before we talk about taxing ourselves, I really want to start talking about, because tourists can't come visit us if we're underwater with lack of stormwater management. This is destination infrastructure that tourists who get to come here and enjoy visiting us should be contributing to supporting in our local destinations. So before we raise our taxes, let's tax those who don't live amongst us. We need to find methods, we need to find ways. There's one other tourist market segment that we've never actually discussed. It's visitors. So tourists are defined as people who travel more than 50 miles, spend 24 hours here, and then go home. A visitor is a day tripper. It's somebody who drives here from St. Augustine. Adding like a live entertainment fee on a small fee on a ticket sale for the day tripper that comes here, those people just come in and leave, and we never get any more money than the direct economic impact they put into the business. We can create other forms of taxation on tourists and visitors, and we should. Our residents should benefit it from infrastructure improvements, just like stormwater. So I really hope that Orange County gets to the point where we go to Tallahassee and work across party lines with those who are willing to sponsor a bill on our behalf. I really hope. I'm going to keep pushing, Mayor. Over here, here I am. Push, push.
All right. Commissioner Uribe.
First of all, thank you for all of your work on this. You guys have done an incredible job at breaking this down for us, and I know it's awkward right now because we're really facing a lot. I mean, you're just hearing more and more people unemployed, and you're hearing more people being desperate when it comes to funding, and then at the same time, logically, we're saying every day that goes by, it's going to cost us more, right? So we're stuck in this middle part. One of the things that I feel that we have hard trouble describing to people is actually showing them reality, right? So when you guys are looking at talking to the community, what always works is like visual, like you're going to get this if this happens. And have we broken this down to those kind of levels? Because every time we talk about increasing anything, right, people don't trust us as a government, not necessarily you, or, it's just like, oh, great, we're paying more, but we're not seeing anything. Or I have someone on social media, look at this, Commissioner, it's still not fixed. It's been 8 months. Those kind of comments are very hard to stand behind saying this. So I'm just curious to know in what you guys considered a possible outreach that you actually have actual places and things that we're going to see immediately. Because another thing that I worry about, and I'll let you answer, I promise, is that certain areas do get more attention, and I've noticed the louder the community, the more you get, right? So just curious to know.
So, as I mentioned, as we go out into the community, we've developed locations where we have identified problem areas based on 311 calls, our staff out in the field. The most recent vulnerability assessment that was presented, I think it was last year, where it identified areas in larger storms that could be at risk. So we've got a couple different data sources that we've pulled from to at least make the first cut of projects. But our intent is to bring those out into the community and ask them, in addition to what you see here and where we've identified these projects, what do you see during the rainy season or during afternoon thunderstorms that causes you a problem, on a daily basis, and make sure that they have the opportunity to add to that list. And then, as well, dependent on the level of funding, we could get out there potentially sooner with the higher level of funding versus the lower level of funding. So setting expectations there as well would be important.
And see, that's a little bit of a concern to me, and not that you're doing anything wrong, but there are certain neighborhoods that turn out, and then there's working people who don't even know it's happening, that don't understand how it works. And those are the communities that you actually see suffering the most. And then I look at a major community of mine like Rio Pinar, right? There is no fix. Unless we buy an entire right-of-way and then buy some property and who's not going to sell it to us, there aren't. So that neighborhood is going to see the destruction of any kind of weather episode that happens. And so I worry when we talk about getting out and getting the community out, because most communities don't turn out. We all go to enough community meetings, and unless they're very, very engaged and knowledgeable and those pockets, you really don't see it. I'm going to echo, I just think that financially, if we do get an infrastructure tax that'll help offset this, which will mean some of those 75 million visitors are actually going to help pay for it. But before we go back and say to our residents, pay more, and by the way, everyone's using our stuff, but we want you to pay it, it's hard to do at this point. And it's not for lack of knowing that we need it. It's the lack of us doing more to get others to help pay for it. So I appreciate everything knowing it. And but I also know even 50 million alone couldn't even fix Rio Pinar, and that neighborhood is just begging. And then I think of just little my other last comment is there's pockets of older areas. I call it before we knew we needed retention ponds and we needed water to go and you had to level up. And I have a lot of that in Pine Castle and Taft, and it worries me because I've had staff come out and they're like, we can't fix it, Commissioner. I mean, it is what it is. It was built here in the 50s or the 60s, and unless there's a major overhaul that'll cost millions and millions of dollars, you're really realistically not going to see that. And so, it would have to be some sort of specific infrastructure funding that would be to the masses where we could look at. And I'd probably say in the future, every commissioner and whomever is going to fill these seats, it's going to be 8 of us in the future, that they're all pretty aware of areas of despair in those areas too, so we can make sure that we have voices for those that don't know about going to community meetings. But thank you.
So I think you did a great job of presenting the issues, the complexities of what we're talking about. But to me, the big picture here is what we're talking about, growing pains. And our community continues to grow. And sometimes when you grow, you get bigger and bigger, right? You got to buy bigger clothes unless you go on a diet. And then maybe you stop growing. So for us, the residents of our community don't have the appetite, if you will, to keep growing and to keep getting bigger and bigger in some regards, but then in other regards, they want to go on a diet. They want to put the government on a diet. And that's kind of what Tallahassee is saying to us. We're going to put local governments on a diet at a time when our local communities are continuing to grow. But that growth, I would argue that growth in our community has both positive effects and can have some negative effects. We will likely, when the comptroller releases the numbers here soon for the tourist development tax receipts for the most recent month, it's going to be a record number. Tomorrow morning. Okay, tomorrow morning. But I know that given everything that we've seen with the financial investments by major corporations, we kind of kicked the tourism industry. But that tourism industry is a major economic engine for our community that creates jobs, though it creates entrepreneurial opportunities for people in this community. It affords us the lifestyle that we have because of that tourist development tax. We have these phenomenal facilities that we have that we're investing in. We're investing in our arts and cultural events, which speaks to quality of life. And believe it or not, whenever these theme parks invest, they pay more taxes. They're paying more property taxes. They're paying more sales tax when these tourists come here. They do pay the sales tax. They pay the gas tax. Those who are still driving automobiles that are gasoline powered. And so the question is, I know Commissioner Simrad, as an economist, you know, they talk about price elasticity. How much can you increase before you have a negative consequence of that increase? Those are going to be the tough issues that our state's going to have to wrestle with, that our local governments are going to have to wrestle with. And we're seeing right now in the state of Florida where there's a conversation about property tax reform. That's kind of putting, if that passes, the voters will put themselves on a diet because while we're growing, we're going to have less money. And when we have to provide services as a local government, we would have to provide those services that we absolutely have to provide. And those services that we don't have to provide tend to be social services. When all of these people come in and they talk about taking care of the underserved, the uninsured, and all of those persons, those people do not have the capacity to pay. That means that we have to look within our budgets to provide the money for those social services that we're talking about. And so for this board, for future boards, they're going to continue to have these conversations because of the appetite for people not to keep just growing bigger, costing more. At some point, there's going to be a critical mass situation that is going to occur, and there's going to be a paradigm shift that happens, and the wisdom of whoever's sitting here or others serving in our state are going to be the ones who are going to be responsible for that shift in some direction. The federal government, we had the president say just a few weeks ago that the federal government can no longer afford to pay for the social services needed by Americans, that the states need to figure out how to pay for the social services needed, even if that means the states need to increase taxes. So that was put out into the atmosphere, but then we're having a conversation simultaneous about property tax reform, reducing taxes. So we are going to have to do more with less. So the challenge, what I say to our team here is, we have to look where government is inefficient. If we're not just going to be plush with money, we have to look at the money that we do have and how we're expending those dollars and look for efficiency. And then shame on us if we have inefficient operations that we're not taking care of. So that's the challenge to our management team every single day is, where are we wasting taxpayer dollars? And to get to the point where we stop wasting taxpayer dollars, okay? And so it's a comprehensive conversation. I don't know that we're going to get here today, because what you're saying is we don't want to tax ourselves, we don't want to pay more. Nobody does. But right now, the dilemma is, how do you do all these things? Because if we fail to do it, there are consequences of it. And so I don't know where we will end up with this conversation, but it is, these are serious conversations that we're having. We cannot have our cake and eat it too. We cannot come and say we want more social services and somebody says we're not willing to pay for it. No, there's a cost to it. Okay, Commissioner Wilson.
So, I so appreciate the position. I think it's critical for people to understand that the conflicting messages that we're getting from all over the place. But I want to make sure that, like, focusing sort of on the task at hand here, because this isn't a social service. This is a building goes in, a parking lot goes down. We have a certain amount of impervious land. Water is running off from there to somewhere. We're not doing a great job of right now in the places that we didn't have the knowledge base of capturing it, cleaning it, putting it back into the system the way it needs to happen. So I do think we have to stay very focused on the information that's been brought to us, and I think having that a community engagement so we can continue to dialogue the importance of critical services, essential services. I have said before, like, you know, I'm very concerned we're going to have a all-volunteer public works division if the things at Tallahassee don't get cleaned up a little bit, you know, with their master plan is to let us paddle around in our rafts, I guess. I'm not sure. So, but I do think we have enough information to get through the phase 2 report, talk about some kind of scalability of an implementation. We don't have to completely go from scratch because it was already on the books, but it would give us the opportunity to sort of get our toe into the water, if you will, about how to approach this with our residents. So I support obviously getting out there, doing the community meetings. I would love to have some kind of a high-level meeting about the communication strategy before we do that, because I am concerned about that public outreach and communication piece of it. And then I support trying to figure out something phased and incremental that allows us to get to the most critical things first. And you know, again, to connect the dots here, right? If there are opportunities on the other side of this to understand how to better zone so that we can stop that, you know, I'd say sprawling development that eventually we have to pay for figuring out maintenance on. But yeah, we have to keep taking those opportunities also.
Yeah, we have to communicate to our residents, and sometimes remarkable things happen. It's kind of like the septic to sewer program.
Yeah.
You know, those residents understood the consequences of how you know, being on septic tanks was damaging the environment around them and the water bodies. And so they said, no, we're willing, in many of these neighborhoods, we're willing to pay more to protect our environment.
Yeah.
And so sometimes when you arm people with the facts, they make a decision. And so that's what our staff is saying is let's go out, inform the community, get a read in from them about what they're willing to do, what they're willing to pay. And, you know, going forward, I just think that my point here is there's going to be a myriad of issues that's going to require a financial solution. So,
and I have a quick follow-up question.
All of those are going to be situations where you're going to need factual information in order to make those decisions. So thanks for bringing us the facts here. That's your job, is to bring the facts, and then it's the board's job to make the decisions in a politically charged environment. So,
Mayor, I have just a quick question about the understanding the regulations from the BMAP state regulations that will require some of increased investment. Is there state funding attached to those requirements?
There's state funding available for water quality improvement projects, as well as resiliency projects. I haven't seen what the latest funding amount is, but there is still some state funding.
And presumably, it's like other grant programs where we have to put in a certain amount in order to really be able to capitalize on whatever's available.
State funding typically requires a match, at least between 30 and 50%.
Okay. I mean, that's good to know, though, so that's another part of that. Like, hey, at the very least, because this is being, brought to us as a requirement, we might be able to get there a little quicker. All right, thank you.
Okay, so there's the board direction that they are requesting before us. They are requesting direction on whether or not to move forward with community outreach in May, June, whether to complete the Phase 2 report and then return back to the board on June 30th to seek direction on Phase 3 and future public hearings. In other words, whether to go forward. So with that, is there a motion?
Do we need a motion? I mean, I would make a motion to go ahead and move forward with the board direction that was previously stated, that is articulated here.
All right. Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Simrad.
Can we get clarification?
Okay. Is there a clarification?
Yeah. So I'm just trying to find out, by moving on to community outreach, is there an assumption that we are moving forward on doing some sort of funding on this, or are we simply going out to get feedback? And then my concern also is languages and what communities and where are you going? I mean, there are people who don't know, and the most distressed areas financially and everything, people were suffering, who now we've got tons of people unemployed, and we're going to be talking about raising, fees so you can pay for this while it's needed, but I worry about getting to the people. That's our goal, is how do we get to the actual people, not the activists who watch and read the paper every day, but the people who are out there working, trying to survive.
And I just would like to add, because my second is based on, I'm understanding it to be community outreach, meaning this is where we get the feedback so we have information.
Not that we have a desire to.
Let's let Ms. Bortles respond to the question.
All right.
So we're asking you, so as part of finishing Phase 2, that includes the community outreach portion, which is basically the remaining task that we have to do to finish Phase 2. And we would come back to you with all of that information on June 30th.
And we would work with, as she indicated, our intent is to meet with each commissioner, work with you all to help us reach those citizens, those groups. But in the day, when we come back, there is the decision that we expect this board to make.
I mean, because honestly, 6 o'clock on a Tuesday at somebody who's raising kids and getting dinner on the table and stuff, they're not coming out to a meeting for storm drainage when they got 2 working parents. So I just want to, if we can maybe figure out ways of getting.
We're not making a final decision today. This is agreeing to move forward to do the fact finding, the community engagement, then come back. But at some point, at that board meeting on June the 30th, you're looking for the board to make a decision whether to move forward or not at that point. And you should have the full knowledge at that point by which to make your decisions. Okay. Is that accurate?
Correct.
All right. That's where we are. So all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right. The motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right. We're going to move forward now. Thank you, Ms. Bortles and team. We'll move to the next item. This is the last item before we take a break, and this will be Commissioner Martinez Simrad will be presenting a commissioner's report regarding the appeal authority on the DRC review application process. And with that, Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. We have a presentation from District 5. So today I'm making a request to this board for us to have oversight over the Development Review Committee's variance process, or the variances that are granted. The way that we got here is there is a subject property that was located in East Orange County, east of the Econ, in the rural boundary, in a rural settlement. And you can see the aerial here. It's located at 1702 South Tanner Road. And then on the right, you can see that it's part of the Sunflower Trail Rural Settlement, and it's on the other side of the road, as depicted in green. And this property was an interesting property because it had its Commercial 1 zoning, as well as its designation of commercial in the future land use map. So this wasn't a property that sometimes we see come before the board where there's a discrepancy between the zoning and the map. These two were in alignment. But what happened here sets precedent in my district on 3 more immediate applications that are coming up. And so it was very concerning to many residents, rural residents, and is still concerning that the process can continue to happen. So what happened in this instance? So the property is in a rural settlement with Commercial 1 zoning and a commercial future land use. The property did not and does not have access to sewer or water connection. The applicant applied for a variance from code to permit on-site sewer disposal system, or OSDS, on the same parcel as potable water well. The county engineer denied the variance request, and the applicant appealed the decision to the Development Review Committee. So they got denied. They had an opportunity to appeal to the DRC. And I want to note here, because if the applicant is denied by the DRC, they get to come to us, the Board of County Commissioners, to challenge the DRC appeal. Okay, so there's a path for the developer and for the applicant, but the same path is not available for constituents. So I'll go on. The DRC approved the appeal to allow the septic on the same site as potable water well, and a drive-through coffee shop project went directly to permitting. This is a drive-through coffee shop that has no indoor seating. It's only drive-through. Yes. The drive-through coffee shop, we heard immediately, you know, the immediate frustration from the community. But we were also surprised with this, that we meet with the DRC on a monthly basis, but we never actually heard of this project during that actual meeting, that it was ongoing. So my team did follow up with staff and was able to get some information, but it became further frustrating because the drive-through coffee shop has some inconsistencies with rural settlement policies, that rural residents are very quick to communicate to us. And so the residents submitted an appeal to the DRC's variance approval, but they were denied for not being in aggrieved parties, and they were dismissed for not having standing. But we don't have a policy or in our code to allow a commissioner to appeal a DRC variance once we hear from the residents. So I just want to look at the rural settlement policies that are referenced in our current comprehensive land use plan. So this is in FLU 6.2.10, future land use. The density and intensity of development adjacent to a rural settlement shall not negatively impact the character of the rural settlement. Density on adjacent parcels shall be reviewed in the context of its compatibility with the rural settlement. FLU 6.2.12, you can see that it says that neighborhood commercial uses in rural settlements shall be developed according to the following criteria. A, these uses shall be located to serve the residents of the rural area, not primarily to attract pass-by trips. It's a drive-through coffee shop. B, these uses shall contain retail and personal services intended to serve the immediate population. It's a drive-through coffee shop. In Code Article 17 regarding the on-site sewer disposal system, we have Section 37-532 in reference to A. It says the Board of County Commissioners has determined a uniform on-site sewer disposal system policy be established in Orange County. So the DRC is an important committee that we depend on to make advisory recommendations. But when the Board of County Commissioners determined a uniform policy for septic tanks, and we have a committee of staff that's making a decision to grant a variance, uniform doesn't have a definition if this board isn't defined. If the board here is defining uniform, then we're the ones who have to determine what is acceptable for non-uniform. In C, the Board of County Commissioners has determined there are areas in the county with physical characteristics unsuitable for OSDSs. This article will restrict use of OSDS in these areas. Further, in Code Section 37-539, lot size requirements based on private potable well and individual on-site sewage disposable systems. If you look at number 4 right there, it says commercial or industrial structure. OSDS is not permitted. It's our code. If we go on to the next one in our code, 37-546, Orange County's priority vulnerability areas, PVAs. This article and applicability is for regulations for our vulnerable areas that are sensitive, that we're striving and we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars to clean up water. This subject property is located in the priority vulnerable area. And it's a drive-through coffee shop that per the health department has to use very specific chemicals that are going to be put into the septic tank and then discharged into the drain field. It's in the Econo-Lakatsky River Protection Area, which is recognized in Code Section Chapter 15, Article 11. It's in the floodplain map. It's located 1,200 feet from the shoreline of the Econ River. In Code Section 34-29 regarding appeal options, it talks about who can appeal a DRC variance. And it goes into highlight who those parties can be. A commissioner is not an aggrieved party, and it's very difficult for any citizen or community member to demonstrate standing to appeal a DRC decision. In this particular case, and I understand the position that the DRC was in, because when the applicant made the application, what staff can look at is what is on that application. And so staff wasn't approving a drive-through coffee shop. They were considering the variance for the septic tank. They weren't considering it was in a vulnerable area. They couldn't consider that it was in. There's a lot of moving pieces that require a higher level of oversight, where when a variance is made by staff and there's a path that developers can appeal it and bring it to this board, but the community can't appeal it and bring it to this board when they get a yes. And in this instance, staff could only look at what was on that application, but the inconsistencies with our county policies and codes were FLU 6.2.10, FLU 6.2.12, Code Section 37-532 and 539, Code Section 37-546, the Econo-Lakatsky River Protection, referenced within Chapter 15, Article 11. That's a lot of decisions to put into a committee that is comprised of staff, because people can't hold staff accountable. They can't hire them and they can't fire them. We get held accountable. And we have, on all of those that I just showed to you, we have received numerous emails, so many calls regarding how frustrated the community is, that when they called us and said, can we get this to a public hearing, because all of these things are happening, and I had to come back to tell them and say, no, I'm sorry, because when it gets a DRC approval, it goes straight to permitting. It doesn't come on the consent agenda for us to have the ability to pull something. And when I say pull something, when we spoke with the DRC members, there was a concern that it may be, like pulling everything, like a fence or this or that. But I have never, in the 20 years that I've watched this board operate, actually seen a commissioner bring anything to it that was not worth the time, I think, of the public's time. So I do think that, and I trust in the professional expertise of all of you and the previous boards that, when they bring an item forward, that it has a certain layer of priority, because there's important things that we address. So I don't think that it would present a bottleneck, but I do think that we need to amend our code that we can have a commissioner appeal a DRC variance. And I have, again, 3 more applications or potential applications that are coming that this sets immediate precedence for, because the same steps can be followed. You guys all received 630 emails from constituents and organizations. I'll tell you that those organizations represent Save Orange County and the Sierra Club. Save Orange County is concerned about the precedent that this sets, and Sierra Club with particular interest this time on environmental issues of putting a septic tank for commercial in a vulnerable location on the banks of the Econ and flushing chemicals into a drain field when we're spending hundreds of millions of dollars to clean it up, and now we just approve this. In addition, you heard from Seaward Rural Plantation, Sunflower Rural Plantation, Bithlow Rural Settlement, Wedgefield Rural Settlement, Christmas Rural Settlement, Christmas Civic Association, Lake Pickett Community Association, Lake Pickett Rural Settlement, representatives from the Lake Pickett Advisory Board, the Gotha Rural Settlement, Corner Lake Rural Settlement, Avalon Rural Settlement, Tangerine Rural Settlement. People expect oversight from their elected officials, and any staff operating committee should have the oversight of this board. So I'm asking for us to amend a policy for accountability for constituents. Thank you.
All right. There are questions or comments?
Yes.
Commissioner Uribe.
I 100% agree. I had that issue come up when they adjusted a contract, an application that was 3 years old, and amended it and added additional townhomes without notifying the community, without even notifying me. It only came to us because of a technicality. And I absolutely think that we should be another set of eyes on these things, because there's no other voice. If it's not us, then who? And that is the essence. It doesn't mean we have to go after everything, but I have seen this happen, and it's been disappointing because by the time we usually find out, it's way too late. And this one project, I would have not known had it not been a technical issue that came in front. And for me to be expected to know or remember something from 2023 or 2022 when we were doing COVID virtuals and then densifying a project that the community had agreed to less is absolutely an issue. And a couple years ago, before you were part of the board, there was a measure to actually let us see less and give staff more authority. And we advocated not to have that happen. And I think that there should be an additional oversight for us to come in, because we are the voice of the community. So I would love to see the county look into this to see procedurally how we could do this and how that take place. I also think we need to be a little bit more in tune when anything in our districts respectively are going in front of the DRC. TRC gets a little too cumbersome because it's so much. So I think the DRC makes more sense than the TRC. But just being out and hearing more and more issues. But I do also advocate, because sometimes the opposite can happen, where you've got someone doing an infill and the staff is a little bit too tough, and the applicant will actually say, I'll just take my chance in front of the county commissioners. So that should reciprocate the other way, where the county commissioner can pull something to request to review it. So I'm on board.
Commissioner Wilson.
Yeah, I had a couple questions from, if it's okay if I open it up to staff to respond, because I kind of feel like I want to make sure I'm understanding. I support this absolutely because of the transparency piece. And I think the part that is hard to have heard, understanding that we get a chance to kind of hear more back from the DRC, is how little I think the community understands about it. And so I do want to ask, one of the emails that came into my office said that the DRC meetings are not available on Orange TV live or video archives. It says here it's not easy to access what is available. It says learned audio. It's hard to understand who the speaker is. The DRC meetings are not located at the community-known county building. So can we just go through kind of those concerns, that if this is the last stop and it is being scrutinized and it is public, there are sunshine meetings and it's public, what is available for the public to be able to feel included, or that it's the transparency's there?
So I can speak to some of those procedural questions, not seeing anyone else jumping to the mic. So the DRC is a staff level advisory committee established by ordinance. It is not a advisory board like the Planning and Zoning Commission or the Board of Zoning Adjustment, which originally have their basis in statute and then also established via ordinance and are made up of appointed members. The DRC is, again, an entirely staff meeting. It is a public meeting, and this county has chosen to place those DRC public meetings in the sunshine. So the meetings are held in the sunshine. They are held at the Public Works Building in the main conference room. Those meetings are available to the public, and they are posted consistent with our sunshine regulations and the county regulations. So the meeting agendas are posted, and they are on the county calendar. They are available at least a week prior to the DRC meeting with all the backup information. If the public wish to attend, they may attend the meetings and listen in to the staff discussion. There is no video capability, but there is audio capability. There was a comment about the quality of the audio capability. I will say it's improved due to recent renovations in the building.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I mean, I don't know if there, I mean, even just procedurally, right? Like, we understand there's regardless of what the outcome is, I think, of the request today, that if there's a way to make sure that that transparency piece is even more clear and even more accessible, I think we benefit everybody for it, including staff, right? So if you're saying something during that meeting, but it's being attributed to somebody else or the other way around, that doesn't behoove anybody's position, including the applicants that are going through the process. So I think that that's something that might take a closer look at, whether it is, working through it with Orange TV or with communications to make sure that that is a little more seamless. I think the other question was about the notice provision of this, that those notices that are given under sort of the framework of things that are coming to the board for public hearing, quasi-judicial hearings, that it's different for DRC cases. Can you walk us through that a little bit?
Sure. So the code and statutes lay out certain noticing requirements. There are specific noticing requirements for public hearings. We send out, again, per code, put the notices in the newspapers. We send out, per our regulations, the mailers to surrounding property owners.
Even for for DRC?
No, for BCC.
No, I'm talking about for DRC
P&Z
level.
and BZA hearings. So that's all established in code. And then, as I mentioned, in the county administrative regulations, it lays out how sunshine meetings are posted, whether that is the meeting of the DRC, whether that's a meeting of commissioners, whether that's a meeting of whoever else.
I think the part is that the difference is right between what people are used to when they're ready to be engaged on a case that's coming through. BCC level, quasi-judicial, we understand that these requirements are being made. We do have the incredible advantage of having Orange TV here. I think DRC specifically, those are not noticed the same way.
Yes, that was what I was saying. They're noticed just like all other sunshine meetings.
But they're not noticed like all other sunshine meetings because it's not noticed the way the Board of County Commission meetings are, right? You're not sending out up to a buffer for DRC.
No.
Correct. The land use public hearing, those things are specified DRC because it primarily is a staff type of meeting. It does not follow that whole notice procedure. And I think part of this goes to our ability to come back and have the full-throated discussion that also outlines here's DRC's authority, here are those things that come to DRC, here's how they work, so that there is ample context to what distinctions exists and why between the DRC process and the board. And then at the end, the board can have that very clear, with great clarity, determine then what do you want to change about that process.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So I think, you know.
What we were expecting, I mean, today was if there's that interest, we can come back and.
No, and I understand that, but I do think that even for the things that if we walk out of here today and see some movement towards having the ability to either trigger either an appeal or review, whatever it is, I am very much in favor of that. But I also think that regardless, that if it's sunshine meeting and there's, you know, the possibility to improve, I'm not saying you have to add mailings, that sounds expensive. But if there is some sort of way to add sort of you know, pull back the veil on it, because this is what we're hearing, you know, in these letters, is that there is a perception. I'm not saying it's reality. I've been to a DRC meeting. But there is a perception that it's harder to get to, that it's harder to understand, that the available information online, that it's not the same. So that is the only point that I'm trying to make here, is that if there are discernible differences that have been, because it's a more internalized meeting, staff run, staff held, that maybe we can, understanding the public interest, make them more available, presentable, or accessible to public either participation or review. That was sort of my 2 cents there. I did want to ask about the ability for the DRC to overturn the engineer's recommendation and why that was done in that particular case. We don't have to get into case details. I just want to know what goes into sort of the analysis when we have a chief engineer that recommends a denial on something and then the DRC overturns it. What would be the threshold for that kind of evaluation?
So there are numerous places throughout the code that establish the DRC as the body to hear appeals of certain manager determinations. What we see fairly frequently at DRC is lot split denials. Typically, you can take a parent lot, split it per county policy into 3. More than that, you meet the definition, need to go through a subdivision plan process. So the zoning division and the zoning manager will deny that lot split, and then the applicant can appeal that determination to the DRC. And there are scenarios where, you know, perhaps 4 lots make sense. There are, as I mentioned, other determinations spread out through the code that establish the DRC as the technical body to be able to consider those types of appeals. In this case, you have Chapter 37-542, which lays out variances to local requirements of the septic criteria. And what that kicks you to is it says that you first, if someone cannot meet that particular zoning, or that particular Chapter 37, zoning is 38, 37 code standard, then you can appeal that to the county engineer. However, you know, the county engineer typically is just a matter of policy, just like the zoning manager. In those lot split appeals, it's just an automatic denial. You don't meet an internal policy. And then it just automatically triggers the appeal to the DRC, which is what we see in most cases. And what that section says is the DRC considers the appeal based on the criteria in, oddly enough, Chapter 34-27, which is talking about variances to subdivision regulations. And then it says, just change the words in your mind from board to DRC and subdivision to septic. It's not the clearest process, but it does lay out some considerations for the DRC to consider, which again, the DRC is made up of those managers who are the experts in a variety of fields: utilities, engineering, planning, zoning.
No, and I understand that, but then why would a group of them that are outside of the division that made the determination be allowed to turn over the determination that was made by the expert in that division?
Well, and the county engineer was present at that meeting and voted to overturn her own determination.
Based on what threshold?
Well,
reasonable.
Once again, I want to go back to, well, the technicalities and we're prepared to get into that, but not today.
Okay.
And I think without that context, being able to say, here's the authority, here's what zoning code, here's that.
Well, no, because I think the
process.
reliance, I don't want everything to come to us. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think it's effective or necessarily efficient for the projects we know are important to this county. But what I do want to say is that when we have a document and we are following that document and we have a division manager that is following their that those things have some reliability and reliance, unless, and then the list of things that the unless should be very clear. And that's the part that I think gets very muddy for me. I like the idea of implementing some oversight where things end up to us, but I would rather go to sleep at night every night knowing the DRC has a really clear path if the engineering, zoning manager or engineer comes in with a decision, a reversal is something that is based in very specific criteria. So I get it.
That's what we want to show. That's what we want to come back and say.
That's what we want to do.
That's what we want to
all the time. It's just
And-
if we
And
have
that's
the
what we
ability.
just want to be able to go, so you can have that.
I would like to add, we don't have to look too far for examples because District 5 spoke with commissioners from Seminole County and several other counties in our Central Florida area. And they have the ability, so for example, the DRC variance approvals go, and denials go on the consent agenda. And they pass it all through. It happens very similar. And then at least everybody is aware of the variances that happened in their district. That was one. There are other ways. So we don't have to look too far for examples because our surrounding counties are using them.
So Commissioner, just to finish answering the question briefly, I pointed to the Chapter 3427 language that 37 section speaks to. There is criteria in there. There is existing criteria for the DRC to consider. I would point to item B2, talks about reasonable use of the land, building improvements, et cetera. I would also point out that there's a situation where you have one individual, the county engineer, making a determination, and then kicking that decision to a larger body of experts, of which that individual sits on, to make that more well-informed technical. Again, this is all kind of technical criteria, and if we want to look at this criteria, certainly we can.
Well, that's, and I apologize if I have gotten us further into the weeds than we needed to be. I just didn't want. I support whatever it looks like, sounds like it's coming back to us for discussion. I really do, and I think there might be a way to make sure that if they're sort of put that built-in net there, where if we see something coming through that would potentially benefit from a full quasi-judicial public hearing, that we get an opportunity to do that, and if not, to let the technical experts have reliance on what they've opined throughout the system without worrying about it being flipped somewhere because they didn't, whatever the reasoning is.
And
So,
Commissioner, there's a limitation in the system because the DRC can only really review and consider what's in the application. And what was at request was a septic tank. So their variance had to go in accordance with just septic tank. But look at these inconsistencies with other things that the DRC couldn't consider because it was past that point. It already had commercial zoning and commercial future land use. So, but we as a board can consider its impact to a rural settlement. We know that commercial and rural settlement shouldn't generate pass-by traffic. They couldn't consider that at that time. We know about the vulnerable areas. We know, so there are other things that our board could have considered in this case regarding this variance that, ultimately we need to have the ability to pull something if developers can appeal to us and the people can't, we know it's a lopsided policy.
agreed. And like I said, if there's anything that we can do to support, I think staff's technical determinations, that should also be built in, right? This doesn't have to be adversarial. It should be a little more seamless in all of it, at each stage with those, potential built-in safeguards, bumpers, if you will. I support.
The one thing I just want to be careful on is because of Senate Bill 180, opening any existing policy that we have that provides regulation to growth. I don't want to open something and then they come back and say, oh, you made it more burdensome and restrictive. Now that policy is open because we put it into the window of time that Senate Bill 180 is covering. So I just want to be cognizant of being careful with that.
That would be standing.
Yeah. Thank you. So with that, I would like to make a motion, Mayor, if you're ready.
Second, Uribe.
Let her get the motion out first. We gotta hear what her motion is.
So We are thinking that it's best to amend Orange County Code Section 3429 to add a subsection granting a commissioner the right to appeal any DRC variance decision.
I want to second it, but point of clarification, they have to look at this,
So,
at
yeah,
the
I was saying,
language.
let us,
So
we
we
want
have
to
to
come
look at the
back,
language.
have that full,
Yeah.
so you see
We
what you
can't
actually,
just
and
say it
then
without the legal people looking at it.
that's when we could work on the code based upon the outcome of that discussion.
So amend the appropriate Orange County Code sections. Does that would
Request-
allow
how about
for?
request and amending?
Well, it'll be, give us direction to start working on that discussion of making appropriate changes to the DRC.
She was going all the way to the end, so, but you gotta kind of back up.
So let me
to get
back
the
up. Yeah,
direction.
so,
Yes.
so motion to amend the appropriate sections of Orange Code to allow a commissioner to appeal any DRC variance decision.
Second.
But it-
Okay,
that's
that's-
fine. I just want to be sure it's
I think
clear,
it's
though,
board
what we need
direction at
to do as the next
It's a direction
step,
for them
though,
to get the
before we
language.
actually go in, so that there's no misunderstanding.
Okay, so
We wanna
steps
come
on
back-
how to
Right. Have a-
allow
Oh,
a
I'm sorry.
commissioner
I'll let the
to
county-
appeal
I
a
was
just
DRC
gonna say,
variance.
I think everybody.
Okay, I think you got it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Second,
Just
you read
just
it.
restate it one more time, so just for the clerk to get it in.
Sure. I would like to make a
So,
motion.
Commissioner,
Yes.
I think everyone here has heard you loud and clear.
Okay.
And we're having a little difficulty with the motion because it may be broader than what it absolutely necessary needs to be. And so we can accomplish what it is you want us to accomplish without the necessity of having a motion for us to do it. We can go forward and do that. Come back with a work session that lays it all out for you in terms of, the process, what that process would be for a commissioner to involve him or herself in that process.
Great.
As well as we wanted to have that, a little more detail about the DRC, kind of to the heart of some of the questions Commissioner Wilson was asking, so that you have full context, because there may be some change, say, well, you know what, we don't want that, we want that.
And
That was all we wanted to put.
I'd just like to add, because the DRC isn't on the comptroller website either, so little things like that maybe could be considered.
So we're building consensus. To go do some fact finding and prepare a follow-up work session. Okay. So that's the consensus, no need for a motion. All right, with that, that concludes the morning session. We'll go into recess and we will reappear at 2 p.m.
And I guess I should know, just for expectation, we're probably talking August, just given what's on the books, and budget work session, we go into budget process. So
Okay. All right, thank you. welcome back to the Orange County Board of County Commission meeting of May the 5th, 2026. We're now in the afternoon portion of our meeting. We're going to begin with the April 16, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations. And with that, Mr. Jason Sorensen is going to come forward and he'll be framing this item. With that, Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. On April 16th, the Planning and Zoning Commission considered 11 conventional rezoning cases, all of which were recommended for approval. We have not received any appeals. However, we have received requests to pull 2 items for separate public hearings. The first request is from District 4 Commissioner Gomez Cordero to pull item RZ 2603012, located at 835 O'Berry Hoover Road. The second request is from District 3 Commissioner Uribe to pull item RZ 2603017, located at 8244 Curry Ford Road. Therefore, the action requested is to approve the April 16th Planning and Zoning Commission recommendations with the exception of the 2 cases as mentioned, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, with that, with the exception of those items that were pulled, is there a motion for approval?
Motion for approval?
Second, Scott.
A motion by Commissioner Gomez Cordero, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. With that, we'll move to the next item on our agenda. This is item A1 for the afternoon. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Ms. Misty Mills, our senior planner, is going to come forward and frame that item. With that, Ms. Mills, you recognize.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. The first item on the agenda today is the first amendment to the joint planning area agreement between the City of Winter Park and Orange County, Florida. The board adopted the joint planning area agreement between the city and the county on December 17th of 2024, and the agreement has a 5-year term with an automatic 5-year renewal. And what this agreement does is it identifies lands to be included within the JPA boundary, making them eligible for annexation into the city. We also agreed to work together to eliminate enclaves, and an example of that was the Stonehurst annexation area that was approved by the board in April of last year. And this map here shows you the areas that have been identified by the City of Winter Park for being eligible to annex into the city, and they are identified as exhibits to the actual joint planning area agreement document. So recently, the city reached out to staff with a request to make an amendment to the joint planning area agreement to include 2 additional areas as exhibits. That would be Exhibit G and Exhibit H. This requires amending the text and also adopting 2 additional agreements. The first area consists of 2 parcels that are between I-4 and North Wymore Boulevard, just north of Lee Road. And the other area is just north of Dartmouth Avenue between Clay and I-4. And that's shown on Exhibit H. So the City of Winter Park adopted the First Amendment on April 22nd, and if the county were to approve this amendment, it would bring these parcels into the joint planning area agreement, allowing the potential for future annexations into the City of Winter Park. And staff is recommending approval and execution. And this is located in District 5.
Okay, so I have some questions, but I'm going to move to the public comment. Do we have members of the board, members of the audience present who wish to be heard at this time?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay. Then we are going to close the public hearing portion. With the areas in question that the City of Winter Park has requested to be added, are those areas supported by staff and as a mutual benefit between Orange County and Winter Park?
They are. These areas, the 2 parcels in Exhibit G are surrounded by the City of Winter Park. And then the areas in Exhibit H are unique in that there's the City of Winter Park, the City of Orlando, and unincorporated Orange County. The City of Winter Park does provide water and wastewater services to these parcels, so it would be beneficial for the city. And also they recently approved a billboard exchange program that would make these parcels eligible to be part of.
Okay, so those homeowners, property owners will receive some benefit.
Yes, and in order to annex, they would have to make the request to the city. So the property owners would be asking the city to annex, to be annexed. So, and by including them in the joint planning area agreement, the property owners can now ask the city to become part of the city.
For those property owners, do they get an increase in taxes?
It decreases.
It decreases.
There's a slight decrease.
Okay. Okay. Then I'm going to go to Commissioner Simrad. I see you press your button. Do you want the other members of the board to speak before, since this will be in your district? Do we have any questions or comments by other members of the board? Okay, I see none. Then Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Misty, I just wanted to make sure we support the amendments to the JPA, but I just wanted to make sure, because I don't represent this area next year because of the redistricting process. So as somebody else comes in, and just for, I already spoke with you during the briefing, was just that the community of Killarney Shores and just some of the concerns that they have if they were to ever be annexed by Winter Park. And the JPA still doesn't include them, but they have concerns. So I just wanted to make sure that I expressed that, because these amendments kind of get it one step closer to them being considered for annexation, and they are in the orange. So I just want to make sure the board knows that the community has some concerns, and that I hope that they're listened to in the future. So thank you. And with that, I would move for the requested action.
Second.
Okay, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll move to item B2 on the afternoon agenda. We'll open the public hearing on this item. And Mr. Thalmuller, I understand that you're going to frame this item regarding the PAC Land Development Corporation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. There we go. This is item case CDR 2511-272. This is an amendment to a portion of the Sand Lake Groves PD. The site is generally located on the west side of Palm Parkway off Big Sand Lake, north of Darrell Carter. This is a PD substantial change requesting to split PD parcel tract 400 into two, and 400A and B are created through this. On 400B, which is the affected area part of this request, they are proposing to convert 359 unused timeshare unit entitlements to 280 multifamily units. In addition, there is one waiver from code to increase the allowable height of the multifamily use from 60 feet to maximum 75 feet. I will point out that timeshare use previously allowed on the site is allowed up to 150 feet. The site is located in District 1, and here we have the affected portion of, this is all of Tract 400, is designated Activity Center Mixed Use in the future land use map, indicating it's part of the iDrive Activity Center, where tourist, commercial, multifamily, hotel-type uses are intended to be concentrated. As previously mentioned, property is zoned PD, as is all other new development within that activity center. You can see here in the aerial, the site is undeveloped. There is an existing mix of multifamily and commercial uses in the immediate area, and then single-family once you get further west away from the property. Here we have the overall PD land use plan identifying the outline, access, entitlements, and development standards. And with that, the recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Sand Lake Groves PD, subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report. And with that, staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right. With that, is the applicant on this item present or representative?
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Joe Kolb, Kolb Design Group, representing the developer. Also here today, we concur with all of the conditions of approval, and we're here to answer any questions.
All right, stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Mayor, we have no speakers for this item.
All right, then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Wilson.
So I do have some questions, if I can ask staff, the applicant, all of the above. No surprise to this board that Big Sand Lake has been a topic of conversation and concern for many years. The quality, the quantity, they've had water issues, the levels in there. There was actually even a blue-green algae alert that went out February of last year. After Hurricane Ian, there were several overflows, collapses of retention, and they were primarily on the commercial parcels within that basin along Big Sand Lake. So looking at this and trying to understand a little better that this is a substantial change. We did not have a community meeting. I've never met with the applicant. Why are you adding to this? I would say I'm concerned about the increased addition to the landmass there, and based on the site plan where the retention is, it looks like the ones that collapsed after Ian. And I know the standards are the standards and they have not changed. So what assurances do we have that this wouldn't potentially be another problem for a lake that I will say every, I think, commercial and residential member of that area pays into an MSBU to try to improve the water quality. So it is something that has been a commitment for a very long time, potentially back to when this very first PD was approved. So if you could just let me know what that's about. And then the other one is I saw a lot of waivers in here for setback. Some of them were approved prior to this ask, but they were a little concerning in that they went from 30 feet to 0 feet, and why that would be or what the need is for that.
Joe Kolb again, Kolb Design Group. I'm a registered engineer. I've been working actually at Big Sand Lake for over 20 years. I worked a lot of different projects through here. This project is not requesting any wetland impacts or anything like that. The project will meet the new stormwater standards. So there is dry retention ponds that will have banks that will meet all the criteria for that. When we get down to the design process, we'll evaluate that and see if there's some stabilization of those banks that are required. But every measure will be made to avoid a discharge. A feature of this project is we won't even have to have a direct pipe connection into Big Sand Lake. There is a existing spreader swale that's used for the county drainage that we're going to be discharging into that. So we're not creating a new point of connection into the lake. So there's really no need for us to do anything like that. We're designing based on the new standards. Thank you for the county for putting an outfall to the lake that now allows you to have more stabilized lake elevation. So there will be less, I think, rising and falling of Big Sand Lake that I think will help its stability. So to answer your second question, we're not requesting any other waivers for setbacks. Our setbacks are the original setbacks, so we're not asking. In fact, we're increasing our setback off of Turkey Lake Road.
Okay, so I thought there was a waiver that was being asked for for height, which will then take this up to what appears to be 6 floors, which is another really troubling thing on a...
This parcel allows up to 150 feet if it's a commercial use. Our use is maximum of 60 feet. We're not proposing a 6th floor. It's 5 floors, and it's only like 6% of the total building will be at 65 feet. And it's really for architectural features over the parking garage. The parking garage will have an amenity package and will have some architectural features that blend in with the architecture. So we feel it's fairly minor, but it was important to us because we wanted to make it more attractive and not real flat. So we're not really requesting anything beyond that.
Okay, so and I'm just trying to sort of capture where you were and where you are wanting to go. The existing plan allowed for 1,400, 1,700? So 359 timeshare units are being transitioned to 280 multifamily units. But what, and I just don't understand the engineering of this, why does it require a lot split?
Well, it's not really going to be a lot split. Well, first of all, to answer your question, it has that entitlement on that parcel 400. So because the developer is purchasing that piece, it's going to be a platted lot. So it's a one-lot plat.
Okay.
The balance of it will remain, all the entitlements on that whole piece will revert back to the parent tract.
Okay.
So we're just taking, it's actually going to be less than 280. The development plan is in now, it's sort of like 269,
Okay.
but for this approval, it's 280.
Okay, and thank you so much, and I apologize. Like I said,
Sure.
I wish we'd had a chance to do this before now, but we just hadn't.
Next time, I'll definitely give you a call.
I have a couple questions for staff. In the staff analysis under environmental, it just says Orange County Environmental Protection Division staff reviewed and had no issues or concerns. I didn't necessarily feel like that was a super specific report, so I didn't know if there is more analysis that I can take a look at some point to provide to the people out there who volunteer their time every day to take water samples and who've been fighting daily to try to get the water quality of Big Sand Lake restored. Because we know that even if you have a great engineering plan, there are going to be impacts.
Certainly, and the way that analysis is phrased is due to the nature of the request, Commissioner. As the applicant pointed out, this is an entitled property. It is part of that larger Tract 400. Right now, if someone wanted to come in with the development plan for 1,700 timeshare units on Tract 400, they would be able to process that and move straight forward. What this applicant is doing is
they would have to
changing out-
move straight forward, but with a
Two development plan stages.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. It's already entitled for that. They want to switch out the entitlements. So instead of doing timeshare, they want to be able to do multifamily, long-term residential
got that.
instead. There are two triggers in the code that make that a substantial change. One says any increase in multifamily, no matter what it is, that comes to this board. So even though it is a trip neutral, it's the exact same number of transportation trips for the timeshare use versus what they're converting out to the multifamily use. It's still just by nature of the use required to come to the board. And then there's that waiver again. And the applicant accurately pointed out that if they were to submit a development plan for the timeshare unit, that could be 150 feet, 2-day per.
But that's what
code
you were approved for
allowances.
back then. Why not? Why would you want to come here and what is the point of kind of switching this up now, knowing that that was such a long-standing established entitlement?
Our feeling is that this is what will be addressing the market. So it's more this is timeshare units aren't really being built as much as they were before, of course. I think we all are aware of that. And so our developer is a multifamily developer and sees this as an opportunity to add really high-end multifamily units in this area.
I'm going to say something just very respectfully to
Sure.
the developer. We really need units that aren't just high-end. We need units that are within, sort of the different price points. We have a lot of high-end, and I do understand that this is part of the tourism corridor and the overlay that was developed as part of the tourism corridor. So I don't see that it's meeting a need, right? Because we don't really need luxury, but it is part of the tourism corridor, but you're saying you don't really see the investment as being something that can make the developer money for that. Everything that we're doing now, though, was developed on a plan that was for those timeshares. So I know you're like, well, we have the right to come in right now and go up to this height and do this many timeshares. But it really feels a little more like starting all over again if that's not a workable plan for the business model. So I guess my question sort of about the way that the staff is going to come back with some of this analysis is, there's like there's a bazillion conditions of approval in here because it goes back 2 different hearings. So how do those then get updated to reflect what we know are current concerns and standards and updated evaluation based on things like wetland code and upland buffer requirements?
Commissioner, if I may, jump in. So I think we've heard from the applicant team, and I think staff concurs, there's no proposed wetland impacts associated with the request. If you look at conditions of approval 15 and 16, which are not carryover conditions, they're specifically being brought forward with this request. The project will, as part of condition of approval 15, the project will continue to contribute towards the MSTU for Big Sand Lake Road. So they will be addressing their fair share of funding continued water quality improvements to the lake. Condition of approval 16 specifically mentions Big Sand Lake being an impaired body, and that they're going to follow the stormwater rules associated with outfall and discharges into that. And then lastly, and this is one of those carryover conditions, there's been a historical protection of the commercial development and their impacts to Big Sand Lake and the residential, and we're carrying forward that condition of approval that prohibits motorized boat access on Big Sand Lake.
So you know that even in my time here, that even with that condition of approval, we've had applicants come back in and say that they didn't want to cross that bridge yet, and then they came back through the process.
Right. The difference between being commercial properties versus residential properties, but this being a commercial property, again, it's the condition applies to that use.
Okay. So it is going to be a residential use, though. You're saying that as a commercial property, commercial application, commercial property is multifamily, that there will not be any return for that lake access, dock access, motorized vehicle access on Big Sand Lake.
I want to confirm with staff.
So I can confirm that condition does apply. That is one of the
That
conditions.
condition's always been in there, though, and every time we've seen them back here, people come in and say, yeah, but there was a condition of approval that said that there wouldn't be any lake access, motorized vehicle access.
And that condition will be carried over onto the development plan when there's a development plan in, but when that's ultimately considered. The other thing I will point out, in addition to what John pointed out, and thank you for that, John, is being entitled doesn't exempt you from having to comply with all of those updated environmental regulations. And that's where I was going a little bit ago about the reason there is the not so detailed environmental analysis here is because that development plan is going to get that full detailed analysis and is currently going through that process and is going to have to comply with all updated regulations.
Okay, I was going to say, it's brought very little comfort to read that 16 that you said Big Sand Lake is designated as an impaired water body. Therefore, any portions of the project that will discharge into the surface water, which then has sort of a presumption that there will be, shall comply with the impaired waters rule, chapter 62, 303 of the Florida Administrative Code. That is very cold comfort because we know that none of those are enforceable, and after the fact, then you're penalized, to come back and restore, which we haven't gotten it back to pre-Ian conditions. So I would like, and I'm not going to hold this up because I do think it's, a reasonable ask, but my request is from here that that I get with staff and understand a little better the way that on-site retention is going to work and the stormwater discharge plan in a way that I think can be comforting to the Big Sand Lake Advisory Board and the people there who are, their life savings went into a house on the other side of that lake. And so to hear that this is coming forward, we really should be considerate, I think, of that investment. So if that's okay with...
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you okay with that? And we can try to make sure just to get some information back to me so I can share that information with the board along the way.
Through the development plan
Yes,
process?
please.
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Some of those things go without being revisited by Commissioner's office, and I know it's a strange request, but I think it's really important for the residents there. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second, Uribe.
All right, and we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous. All right, we'll move to the next item on our agenda, and this is item B3. We'll open up this item for the public hearing, and Mr. Thal Mueller, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is case CDR 25-12307. This is an amendment to a portion of the Silver City Properties PD. This site is generally located on the north side of University Boulevard, east of Cimarron. This is an amendment to the PD development standards, not the uses itself. It is a waiver from code to reduce the required parking ratio for the shopping center use, which I will explain in just a moment. The site is located in District 5, commercial on the future land use map. Property is zoned PD, as mentioned, portion of the Silver City Properties PD. Here we have an aerial which shows the site is developed with a very, very popular Costco. and Costco gas station. The undeveloped site next door, this board has recently seen, that's where the future full-sale student housing development will be going, and then the pedestrian bridge across University connecting to the university itself. Sorry, I said university too many times in that sentence. What this request is related to the Costco gas station, which is a little bit difficult to see in this aerial. Unfortunately, I don't have closer in aerial, but it is in the southwest corner of the site. And what happens is when that gas station gets very, very full, there is a stacking issue, and those cars back up into the main drive aisle, creating a public safety issue for the Costco travelers. So they are in the process of amending the layout of the gas station lanes, and by doing so, they need to remove a number of parking spaces, and that's where this request for the reduction comes from. Ultimately, the overall Costco and gas station goes from about 680 or 640 to 632 spaces, so I think it's a reduction of about 8 spaces. However, if you were to zoom in on that aerial, when that stacking does occur and this area is quite busy, those spaces are really unused anyway. So we have the benefit of removing spaces that weren't used and creating a much safer flow for traffic. And with that, the recommendation is to make a finding of consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve the amendment to the Silver City Properties PED subject to the conditions listed under the DRC recommendation in the staff report, and staff and the applicant are available for questions.
All right, is the applicant, all right, come forward.
Good afternoon. Brad Wester, I represent Costco Wholesale with Driver McAfee, Hawthorne, and Deepenow in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm here to answer any questions and also just reiterate exactly what the planning director mentioned, that we do have a number of parking spaces that were previously in conflict with the circulation, and they were essentially unused. And so with this redo, we have a new circulation plan that drops it from a 5 per 1,000 ratio down to about 4.3 per 1,000 ratio. And we did a traffic study with this submittal to make sure, because Costco does not like to lose parking spaces. So we actually have a parking study that says that the demand is actually 4.2. So our request in the PUD, in context with the application, we're asking for 4.3. So I ask for your, we concur with the staff report and ask for your recommendation of approval.
All right. If you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
Mayor, we have no speakers for this item.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion. We'll go to Commissioner Simrad.
Thank you, Mayor. Move to find consistency with the comprehensive plan and approve.
Second, Wilson.
All right. The second is Commissioner Gomez-Cadero. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes, and it is unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll move to item C4. We'll open the public hearing on this item. Mr. Brian Sanders, our manager from the Transportation Planning Division, is going to frame this item. With that, you're recognized.
Mayor, if I may, I know we have the court reporter here for these items. Ma'am, are you ready? Okay, good. Brian, thank you.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Brian Sanders, as you mentioned, here to talk about C4 and C5. These are two roadway projects, very similar presentations. There we go. Orange Avenue. It's the Orange Avenue project development and environmental reevaluation of the RCA. The limits of the project are from Orange Osceola County line to the Turnpike. We're here to document and establish the process of going from the RCA study to the PD&E. I'll explain all of the technical details of the legislative changes that have occurred in terms of the DEP stormwater requirements and the Clean Water Act that has been passed in the past and has become effective. I'll bring the board up to speed on the findings of the RCA study that was approved already by this board. We'll be talking about the specifics between the PD&E and the RCA study, to bring us to this point. And we also open it up for public comment as part of the record to allow those to be part of the record. And we'll all do that before the action requested. In terms of the project background, the RSA study was approved by the board back in March of 2020. It addressed the deficiencies of that roadway. It talked about enhancements to the pedestrian and bicycle enhancements that are needed. It talked about improved safety and geometry of that roadway corridor. And also, this project was part of a road agreement with Tupperware and the Tupperware Heights development down at the south end of the project. You can see that this project is just over a half-mile in length. The RCA set the foundation for the purpose and need for this project with its recommendations of improvements of safety and transportation efficiency. These are the goals of this project to enhance the safety and provide regional connectivity. This project is a two-lane project in between two segments of 4 lanes. 4 lanes to the north, 4 lanes to the south in Osceola. And we're trying to balance the needs of all users of this corridor. The existing roadway is a 2-lane rural, undivided arterial roadway. It's a minor arterial roadway with a speed limit of 45 miles an hour. There's no median, there's no curb and gutter, there's no paved shoulders, there's limited lighting out there, there's no bicycles, facilities or sidewalks, and we have some wetlands adjacent to the roadway. The proposed condition is shown here. Now our graphic artist mistakenly puts trees on the outside of the roadway. Trees for this project will be planted in the median of the project. 20-foot median, 11-foot travel lanes, 7-foot buffered bike lanes. This is a little different than what we're normally ending up with the on-road bike lanes. There's a turnpike bridge that had gotten constructed just before we started the RCA. It did not leave enough room for a multipurpose path, a very limited cross-section on the bridge. So we mirrored the cross-section that was coming up through Osceola. They have on-road bike lanes as well. Down in the southern portion of the project, the sidewalks will be 8 feet in the Tupperware Heights development, the PD location. As we transition further north and getting up to the turnpike, those sidewalks will reduce down to 6 feet. We'll have 2 stormwater ponds and a flip lane compensation pond as well. Roadway lighting as well. Here's the concept plan. North is to the right. We flipped the map on you. To the left is the county line. You can see at the time we had some schematics of Tupperware Heights and their developments and their planned development there. They participated in the land for the roadway and the stormwater pond, so that was a good partnership. We took the opportunity to straighten out some S-curves. Just as we're making our move up to the turnpike, you can see in the other picture some difficulties of staying on the road for some motorists. This will help that switchback curve, more gentle, more consistent drive through there. As we're going up to the turnpike, we also placed a linear stormwater pond on the west side as we make it up to the turnpike. We also did access management in preparation for the developments that would come with the Tupperware project. And just south of here in Osceola County, it's good to mention that the Tupperware Sunrail station is located there. In terms of the Title VI, Orange County will not exclude from participation in, deny the benefit of, or subject to discrimination any person on the grounds of race, color, national origin, sex, age, disability, religion, income, or family status. If there's any questions that the public has about this or any other issues related, we have contacts here for you to contact. In terms of the PD&E, why are we here? This is the whole reason why we're here. That the original study was based on the previous stormwater regulations. And we got an approval under those regulations. We brought those forward into design. Those regulations then changed while we were in process. And that was after we had already done quite a few detailed surveys and a lot of data collection. We found out about the change when we did a permit submittal for the design, and the Water Management District came back and with an RAI with some questions and said, hey, this has changed, the new rules are coming into effect, and there's a grandfathering clause within that legislation that they directed us to. And so we continued on with the PD&E study. We analyzed all the impacts and design refinements as we move forward to this point. Here's a little timetable of how that legislation came forward. The Clean Waterway Act was signed back in 2020. That was just months after we finished the RCA. I mean, just months. So the years following that turned into rulemaking and ratification, and then our project was caught in the middle. And the architects of this was very smart. They knew they were going to catch some agencies in the middle, and so they provided this grandfathering transition between the previous rules and the new rules. They did put a time limit on that, which is next month, the end of next month. We have to get all this wrapped up in June. And so early on, they actually accepted the RCA, but then later they said, hey, you got to bump it up to a PD&E. So we absolutely did that. And you'll see as we dive deeper into these slides that the RCAs it's the functional equivalent to the PD&E. With some enhancements and a couple of items that we don't cover. So what's included, like I mentioned, the industrial change of practice and how the stormwater management criteria is calculated, that changed. The new rules maintains or enhances the stormwater treatment and regulatory requirements and environmental protections. There's more of a focus on nutrient removal now. This grandfather provision is also included there and helps with consistency in the transition between the previous and the current rules. In terms of the provision itself, it's a balancing of the environmental improvements for projects in progress, and it helps with consistency. And we had made application back in October of last year, which wasn't that long ago. Here we're showing the elements of the PD&E. There's 4 categories: social, economic, cultural, natural, and physical. The other elements are on the next slide, all 23. You can see the RCA covers a vast majority of, well, the majority of all of the first 2 categories. There were some refinements that we looked at in terms of some of the specific elements under the cultural category. It turns out that either the elements were not applicable to the improvements that we were providing, or no impact, and in one case it showed that mobility is going to be enhanced in the corridor. The other 2 categories showed no impacts or not applicable. It's important to point out that the protected species and habitat was looked at very closely, because over time species come into that list, species drop off of that list. And so we did a review of that and found that there was no impact to any of the protected species. 2 of the elements, new elements, are down in the physical, and that is highway traffic noise and air quality. At a local level, we're exempt in most cases from highway noise. We don't have codes that cover that. And we're not seeking federal funds on this project. If we were, then we would be adhering to that. In terms of air quality, Orange County is in an attainment at this time, and EPD, they monitor, Metropolitan Orlando monitors the air quality as well, so there was no impacts there either. So overall, no impacts, no new impacts. Diving a little deeper in to the socioeconomic, the design alignment modifications provided a relief for our right-of-way acquisition. About 2,200 square feet was reduced from the RCA study. And then the design floodplain compensation increased. At the time we did this study, the floodplain maps needed to be updated with a letter of modification. We decided as an agency to push that into the design phase. We did that, and it showed that we needed additional floodplain compensation, and it's shown right there in the bottom right. Cultural impacts, no impacts or additional impacts to any architectural sites or archaeological locations, middens, so no impacts from the location of the new floodplain pond. In terms of the species and habitat, that was updated, as I mentioned, from the RCA. No impacts were determined. Mitigation for the wetlands and the floodplains will be done as part of the permitting of this project. Noise, there were no receptors, noise receptors proximate enough to have an impact. There is a residential community that backs up to the roadway, but they were far enough away, and no contamination was detected either. In terms of the schedule, this project is fully funded all the way through the construction. We're hoping to receive an approval for the PD&E today to allow us to finish off our plans. We're at 60% plans now. We're anticipating 90% in just a couple of weeks. We anticipate some right-of-way acquisition to take us into 2028 for the construction, and hopefully this will be wrapped up by 31. In summary, RCA was approved back in 2000. The PD&E updates allow for the grandfathering of this provision, so we can move through the permitting and finish off design. The project showed no significant impacts. The permit application was submitted back in October, where we found out we had to go up to a PD&E, and the design is at 60, awaiting 90s. In terms of public comment, we reopened the public comment period for this project from April until today. We did receive one comment. It was for the project, yay, from the subdivision closer to the turnpike. We accepted emails directly to the project manager and verbal comments and such. And all of that will be put into the public record. In terms of the action requested, we'd already received an approval for the consistency with a comp plan with the original study, so we moved on from that, and we're asking the board for approval of the update to the Orange Avenue RCA study to the Orange Avenue PD&E study, and allow for the continuation of design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction. With that, that's the end of the presentation. Here for any questions. I have a full team of consultants from Dewberry, HNTV, our project managers, stormwater experts. We got it.
All right, you can stand by for a moment, Brian.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go to the public comment portion, and then we'll come back. Do we have anyone that has registered to speak this afternoon?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. And then we'll close the public hearing portion. Commissioner Wilson, do you have a question?
I do. Thank you so much. I understand that this was to get us caught up to some regulatory pieces from the state, but I did want to ask about the buffered bicycle lanes, because if I didn't, then Eric Grummer would show up at the next one. No, I'm kidding, Eric, you're wonderful. What does buffered mean? And is it something that we can eventually, if not now, continue to develop into more protected?
Right. So the cross-section that I showed earlier showed 7 feet of buffered bike lanes on each side of the outside travel lanes. That also includes a 2-foot double white stripe that provides that buffer between the travel lanes and the bicycle lanes. It's also important to note that this is a continuation of existing infrastructure that Osceola County built just prior to the RCA finishing off. So that's in place now. It provides for that continuation of that infrastructure. And we could have created a transition at the county line and gone to multi-purpose paths. Many of the poles that we put out, people are requesting to be in the multi-purpose lanes. However, up at the Turnpike Bridge, there was a constraint there. And so we made the decision.
No, and I like the bike path. I think there's a purpose for the bike path. I was just wondering if that buffering was something more than a paint stripe.
It can be. It's a monitoring. We do have a curve in this alignment. Definitely, if we would have kept those switchback curves, something more probably would be needed. If we do see incursions into that lane with distracted driving, just sight distance or whatever it is, we will continue to monitor that. Delineators can also be placed there to enhance that visibility.
I was going to say, even if there's something that is a visual aid there, I will call sometimes the unprotected bike lane is a swerve lane, and it's concerning. I in particular wouldn't ride on one that didn't have some kind of physical, at least something that was a distinguishing characteristic separating that bike lane besides a paint strip. So I would continue to support opportunities for us to install those wherever possible, and this would be, I think, a good one because of that the spacing. And the other question was, again, just future looking, optimistic. I know you said that the plantings that were in there were going to be median plantings, but we also know that those sidewalks and potential bike lanes are going to be more utilized on any design if there's some shade. We talked about the heat this morning, looking for those options for us to decrease that urban heat effect. Would there be opportunities, or are we just sort of out of space in some of those areas?
Space is an issue. There was, I believe, about 5 feet between the curb and the sidewalk itself. Quality of tree existence in that space is challenging at times. It could drive additional need for additional right-of-way, of course. However, if the board wishes to change policy, that's totally in the board's purview.
Well, we do have goals that, include trying to make sure that we're getting sort of that heat island thing. And I think it all even factors into Vision Zero, because understanding that even those aesthetic pieces will slow cars down and potentially save lives. So I think we've adopted goals that align with that, if that is the way that that we move. But thank you very much for the update.
Sure. Commissioner Simrat.
Thank you, Mayor. Brian, is it, so there's zero impact to wetlands, right?
No, there will be wetland impacts. I am correct, right? I'm nodding yes. We do have to extend the box culvert that allows that wetland area to exist and maintain.
How many acres?
Do we have an acre?
Kevin Knutson, Vice President, Dewberry Engineers. Yeah, there are wetland impacts along the project. There are just no more wetland impacts than was in the original RCA study.
How many acres?
Brian, you know that number? It's fairly significant, to tell you the truth, because it's almost all wetlands through that corridor.
But that, you know, they'll be mitigated through both the floodplain compensation and through buying credits from the mitigation bank. But we've got a 2-lane road, we're going to 4 lanes, so you have to have a wider footprint. The wetlands come up to the edge of the existing road, so yes, there are impacts.
And then this area floods, correct?
The area around there is all wetlands, so it comes up along the road. We are raising the road up high enough so that it won't be overtopped.
And then also, I just noted, and Brian, you and I talked about it yesterday during the briefing, but I think it's misleading to show the picture to the public with trees lining the roads when what we're doing is creating miles of sidewalk in the, a sun sidewalk. That's what we're creating, just miles and miles of. So show it to the community that you're going to have a shaded walkway for multimodal transportation. No, you're not. That's a waste of money, and I know it's not your policy, but Commissioner Wilson, who's not there, I also fully support. I mean, I think that if we're trying to encourage multimodal transportation, we can't just put a sidewalk in and have zero shade and expect that people would use that. That's a waste of taxpayer money to create infrastructure that becomes unusable because it's so hot. And I'm not, I'm never for filling in wetlands for roads. So, thank you.
Commissioner Scott.
I just want to know, what is the wetland impact acreage? Y'all should know that.
We should know that.
I would like that answered before we move forward with a vote. I would appreciate it.
Okay.
All right. Other questions? I'm looking at the team out here. Is this an answer you all can get in short order? Otherwise, I'm going to move forward. No, you can't get that answer. Okay. They can't get that answer right now, Commissioner Scott.
Mayor,
let me go to the district commissioner. Commissioner, what do you want to do?
So I would like to wait until we have that information, and we want to know the classification of the wetland as well. But, the board is requesting that information, so.
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mr. Sanders, the question is if that information can be reasonably available today, then perhaps we can table this, you finish some of the hearings, and then come back to this item. If that's not available today, then we may need to continue it to a date certain, presumably our next BCC.
All right, we'll take a pause on C4. We're going to go to the next item, and we'll come back. C5, we'll open the public hearing on this item. Brian Sanders, you're up on this item as well.
Very good, very good. Thank you so much. Moving on to the next similar project, it's Avalon Road from US 192, again the county line to the south, to Hartsog Road. It's about a 1.6 mile project that had an RCA approval, and we are converting that to a PD&E for all the same reasons. Again, we'll go through the project background, bring you back up to speed with the RCA findings, talk about the PD&E again, the changes between that and the RCA, as well as opening it up for public comment before we request action. In terms of the background, this project was studied and approved by the board back in March of 2023. It addressed similarly the capacity deficiencies, the need for additional bicycle and pedestrian enhancements, regional connectivity between counties as well, improved safety and geometry adjustments as well. And again, this is a 1.6 mile study. The existing conditions here, very similar, minor arterial roadway, 12-foot travel lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, unpaved shoulders, no continuous sidewalks, no stormwater ponds, so the water just goes right into the water bodies, And there were several horizontal curves in the south that needed to be adjusted as well. The proposed condition is 4-lane roadway, 22-foot median, 12-foot travel lanes, curb and gutter, closed drainage, 6-foot sidewalk on the east side, 10-foot multipurpose path on the west, and includes roadway lighting and landscaping appropriately in the median. The design is at 30% completion. There were a number of stormwater ponds also included in this project. Those were all litigated and worked out with the property owners through the RCA. In terms of Title VI, Orange County will not exclude from participation in, deny the benefits of, or subject to discrimination any person on the grounds of race, color, national origin, sex, age, disability, religion, income, or family status. If the public has any questions or concerns, we have 2 contacts available for those. In terms of the PD&E study, again, this is why we're here at this meeting. It's based off of changes that happened at the state level, legislation on permitting. It was particularly for projects that were in mid-progress. In this process, we moved forward into design. We collected lots of data. Similar story as the previous project. We went in for permitting in 2025 and received direction from the Water Management District to move into a PD&E study to meet the grandfathering requirements that were available. Again, here's the timeline for the legislation. 2020 was when it was signed. There was rules and ratification that happened in the years to follow. The design moved forward. The grandfathering was recommended by the Water Management District to complete a PD&E before the end of next month. The widening of Avalon was initially accepted. The study was accepted by the Water Management District, and the pre-application meeting happened in September of 2025. Currently, the RCA has been converted to a PD&E, basically updated some of the desktop elements to more field verification, and we have completed those tasks. Oh, went too far. Again, changes in the industry practice of stormwater management criteria has been changed through the new legislation. It maintains or enhances the stormwater treatment, regulatory requirements, and environmental protections. Grandfathering allows for the transition between the previous rules and the new rules. I don't have to go through that other stuff. Here's the table of resources under the PD&E. Again, the 4 categories: social and economic, cultural, natural, and physical. 23 items that were looked at in the PD&E. By and large, 21 of the elements exist in the RCA, and we feel that's the functional equivalent, minus 2 elements plus some enhanced field verification. And in this case, socioeconomic and cultural, there is either no impact or not applicable. A couple of the items showed an enhancement in the criteria, and that was mobility and aesthetics. As for the natural and physical, again, there's 2 elements, highway traffic noise and air quality, that stand out. In this case, there were some impacts to the Palisade condominiums. We'll go into that a little more detail next. Socioeconomic, limited resources out in this area, community resources, cultural resources. The goal is to make it more walkable, access to local services. The project will be adding sidewalks, multipurpose paths, crosswalks, signal modifications, and lighting to reduce conflicts and increase safety. And these are consistent with the regional planning goals that we have. In terms of cultural resources, there was one historic site identified at the address on Avalon Road. However, through reevaluations, it was ineligible for consideration. It is way off of the existing roadway and the impacts that we're proposing. In terms of air quality, as I mentioned, we're in attainment, and this project does not jeopardize that at all. There were a couple of contamination sites, mid-level risks that would be mitigated. In terms of natural resources, so the wetland impacts, in this case, direct impacts 2.51 acres and 3.55 direct acres. Surface water includes about 0.94 acres impact, and protected species survey was conducted. Unavoidable wetland impacts will be mitigated pursuant to all federal state requirements. In this case, the noise impacts, we looked at 212 receptors in the area. Of those, 38 were within a level over 66 decibels. Turns out it was 67.3 decibels, so it's 1.3 decibels over. I'm not sure anyone could hear that, the difference between that. The recommendation was to mitigate with sound walls. There were some issues with driveway openings in some locations that didn't make that possible. The estimated cost for that would be $1 million for a sound wall. We're not as a local agency, we're exempt from that. We're not seeking federal funds on this, and it's staff's recommendations that we do not proceed with the $1 million sound wall for 1.3 decibels. It's less than 5, and significance would be 15 decibels, so we're recommending no. In terms of the schedule, this project is fully funded all the way through right-of-way acquisition. We do not have that construction in the forecast at this time. Of course, we're only doing short-term forecasting of budgets. We are looking to receive approval of the PD&E today, move into the next phase of design plans for 60% plans, hoping to be finished early next year for right-of-way, for the design. That will take us then into the right-of-way acquisition, and we will seek funding through budgeting. This is a high priority project for the region and on this 545 corridor. In summary, the RCA was approved totally in March of 23. PD&E updates provide us with the criteria needed to grandfather into the previous requirements for stormwater. This project has no significant impacts. The permit application meeting was held with the South Florida Water Management District back in September of 25, and the design is at 30% completion. In terms of the public comments, we opened up the public comment period for this project from April 14th until today. We did not receive, I believe we received any comments on this project. The residents were given our emails, our project website, and we received none. If we did, we would have included those into the record. In terms of the action requested, the consistency with the comprehensive plan was established during the RCA. And here at the hearing today, we are requesting the approval of update to the Avalon Road RCA study, to the Avalon Road PD&E study, and allow for the continuation for design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction. With that, Mayor, there's any questions, I'm here. We're here.
All right, do we have members of the public present who should be heard on this item?
We have one speaker for this item, Mayor. Ehab Hall. Oh.
Okay. You had all his questions covered? All right, if there are no other speakers, then I'll close the public hearing portion. The district commissioner on this is Commissioner Wilson.
So you covered it on this one, so we see the wetland impacts, and that was this, from my recollection, that was the same as what we saw in 23, or pretty close to it, correct?
Pretty close, yeah.
Okay. So just to kind of give some context for this stretch, at the Hartzog Road point, for those of you that sounds familiar, it's because that's where the Disney housing project is intended to go. So this stretch has already, like if we could do an actual aerial now, I know the aerial that's part of the presentation shows that it's largely undeveloped. It does not look like that anymore in pretty much every segment on the way down. So we really do need some improvements for safety. I look forward to having the multi-use path in the area. Question about, again, understanding that we're looking at that noise and that I don't like the sound walls anyway that are used typically for transportation corridors, but again, God made some pretty good ones with some, with nature and buffering with landscape, trees, what have you. Is there an opportunity in this case for some of that to reduce some of that noise, roadway noise in these areas?
That is one approach. It shouldn't be just a couple of trees. It really needs to be a thicker density of trees to create that. There's some science behind the effectiveness of trees in terms of sound mitigation. It's a casting of...
I know there's like other variables that come into play. I think for the aesthetic, because it is it's going to continue to be very residential in there. Anywhere that we can get that additional shade, I think would really create a more inviting environment for people to use the multi-purpose path there. Knowing that we also have in many of these spots, and I think it's came up when we originally looked at the design, there are on one side of Avalon, the residents in some areas, on the other side are the services that we want people to be able to access without having to get in their car. In other areas of Horizon West right now, we're having to go back and sort of retrofit some of those points that we know pedestrians are just kind of, they want to get across the street to the Starbucks, and they should. We should have designed it that way. Is there any thought, now that we're sort of seeing more development come into shape, about those potential access points for pedestrians to get across?
Well, you need origins and destinations, and like you had mentioned, it's either something built on this side or that side, but not right across from each other at this point. I would need to know what that is across the street to understand, and that can be evaluated.
Well, right now, even at Hartzog, we've got the housing that's already, not yet the Disney, but some housing that's on one side, and there's a Publix and some other shopping across the street, and you have to go up to Waterley and across, even though, I think it really prevents people from being able to kind of ride their bikes from that side. So I guess knowing that we see now sort of where that retail, the services are coming in, is there an opportunity for us to include that in?
Again, through the DRC process, that's where that is vetted out. When developments come across from other existing developments and make that attraction, when you have residential on one side and you have commercial draw on the other, that's the recipe for those mid-block crossings. Now, we're making provisions at all the signalized intersections, but I don't know what the developments are coming in.
We do, though. We actually do. We actually have a lot of information about the developments coming in. People sitting in the room who work on these projects are like, yeah, we actually do. It's okay. I'm not going to harangue you on this right now. I just want to make sure we don't have to go back and retrofit. To me, it feels like such a waste. especially in Horizon West, where we've always known the village was always going to have, areas that were designated for specifically retail, and, the schools have been laid out, the parks are laid out, and then we feel like we're shocked when the people aren't crossing where we want them to cross based on a roadway conception analysis that was done before the finishing of the development there. So the timing of it needs to work out for what you're saying is this design, but we do have, I think, at the very least,
You do know from a land use standpoint, we do have land use maps, but what specifically is going to land in that commercial spot, I don't always know what that is.
And Commissioner, if I may, this segment is from US 192 down at the Osceola County line, north to the southern end of Horizon West Village I.
Hartsog Road, which is right where, so the next big intersection is Waterley, and that is right
north. You're actually even north of Village I at that point, because Waterley is Village H. So you have to get all the way through Village I, which will have its own town center and uses. This is the
But town center and uses, you see what he's talking about here, that means we know.
Village center.
Right, but I'm saying, like, we do have, those villages all have it very, like, there's.
Yeah, and each village, and Waterley took care of the four-laning of 545 within their village. There's a road network agreement for Village I that will address the four-laning of theirs. This is the segment where there isn't a master developer or a road agreement, so the county's having to lead the project. And
then we can set the example.
If I knew what was coming in the future, if I had that Doppler crystal ball, I would definitely plan for that. But
It's not a crystal ball, it's good planning, we can do it. I believe in us.
Commissioner,
That's good planning, that's what we do. I mean, I believe in it, it's just, for some reason, we've had a really hard time getting that right hand and left hand together. The villages have been laid out, we've had, we just recently talked about the DRC process this morning, that they inspect down to the last detail, those ingress and egress points.
And Commissioner, along this segment, there's actually been several agreements that have been brought forward and approved by this board that convey right-of-way, that make proportionate share payments. So some of the funding that you see is actually developer contributions that have been part of the county's land use and decision-making process.
Understand that, but then why we eventually say, you know what, actually, that's not a good place for pedestrians to cross, where the developer has put in money for their, that's the part I need to get to with you, or with whoever can help with this, because I do think it's something that I feel like you're not understanding the observation that we've seen in places that we know what's coming. We know the planning is saying that it's coming. It's not a crystal ball thing. We know this is going to be apartment complex. This is going to be townhomes. That is going to be, I don't know exactly if it's going to be Tijuana Flats or Taco Bell, but it's going to be something in that, retail, commercial, restaurant, activity mixed use space that allows us the knowledge that people are going to want to walk over there. So we need to do better.
Commissioner Simran also had a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I just want to, Commissioner Wilson, you left the last time, but the picture, Brian, of where the sidewalk just has no trees is also disturbing to me. I think we could call sidewalks like that, like either sunburned strips or bike trails. I mean, it's not, that's not conducive to multimodal transportation. So I do think that our board should look at a policy change there to make sure we're creating infrastructure that's usable infrastructure. But then also, Brian, I'm not going to be of the mentality that we should do wetland infill for roadway infrastructure, particularly in the same day when this morning we talked about raising stormwater management fees on taxpayers because we have a deficit in the infrastructure needed to treat our stormwater. So adding more surfaces that don't absorb and fill in the wetlands continues to contribute to that deficit. So that's what I have to say about this one. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Wilson, do you have a motion?
Can you take me back to the page that
Oh,
told me?
sorry. Oh, darn. I hit the wrong button.
I just want to make sure hang on, I've got a slide.
Oh, here we go.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the update to the Avalon Road RCA study, to the Avalon Road PD&E study, and allow for the continuation for design, right-of-way acquisition, and construction.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Wilson, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? All right, motion passes, I think it's 5-1. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so are you all ready to go back to C4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then we'll go back to C4, and we'll close the public hearing. And Commissioner Gomez-Cordero, did you have additional questions or
Yes,
comments?
can you please provide the information that was requested in regards to the wetland?
Yes, I have it here. For the Orange Avenue direct wetland impacts, total of 3.09 acres of direct wetland impacts and 1.33 acres of secondary impacts to wetlands.
But, Brian, but if we go to the slide number 8, number 16, it would be the page 8, it says, wetland, no impact.
Which page was that? 16.
Well, slide 16, but the page is 8.
Slide 16.
See, and it says wetlands, no impact.
This is additional over what was reported in the RCA. So the saying is there's
No extra.
that's how this slide was laid out.
You said that there was an extra?
So this slide shows what was looked at in the RCA, what was documented in the RCA, versus what additional evaluations that we did during the PD&E. And we're showing no additional wetland impacts, additional to what was reported in the RCA. So we neglected to put that on a slide like we did on Avalon Road, detailing that there were impacts, just no additional impacts found during the PD&E.
Okay. Commissioner Scott? Are you good? Okay. So, let me go on. Okay. Action requested, approval of the update to the Orange Avenue RCA study to the Orange Avenue PD&E study, and allow the continuation for the design, right-of-way, acquisition, and construction.
All right, Commissioner Gomez-Cordero is making a motion for the requested action, second by Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
No.
All right, motion passes 5-1. All right, we'll
Thank you
move
very
now
much.
to, Brian, I think that's the last item for you today. We'll move now to item D6. It is my understanding that there's a continuance been requested, but it was advertised, so we'll open the public hearing, and we're going to ask Jason Sorensen to come forward and frame the item.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, Commissioners. This next item is a transmittal hearing. It was continued from the March 10th Board of County Commissioners hearing in order to hold a second community meeting, which was held on April 22nd with approximately 24 residents in attendance. The concerns expressed were for traffic, building height, stormwater and flooding, wetland impacts, tree impacts, and incompatibility. The applicant at this time is looking to address those concerns with a revised concept plan, and as well as looking at the wetland impacts, and is desiring a continuance at this time to August 25th in order to prepare that information for that hearing on August 25th.
All right. Is the applicant on this item present? Do you want to make any comments? If so, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Carolyn Haslam with Ackerman. My address is 420 South Orange Avenue in Suite 1200 in Orlando. as you said, we had our community meeting. We sat down with staff multiple times. We met with many of you and your staff, and we heard repeatedly from these meetings that you wanted definitive numbers related to the wetland impacts. It's going to take us some more time to do that, and we're looking for a continuance in order to make that happen for you.
All right, thank you. If you stand by. Do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have two speakers for this item, Mayor.
Okay.
Okay. Charlene Waters and Diana Winkler.
And as you come forward, just be prepared to give us your name and address for the record, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Charlene Waters. My address is 10814 Exuma Street. I live in Park Manor. And anything else? Was there anything else?
That's it.
Okay. We've been having meetings at my house about this since our previous meeting. We also went to their community meeting. We got an email yesterday, all of us, that you have on your email list, said that the meeting, that the applicants had asked for a continuance. So when people got that email, we didn't think we were supposed to show up. There was a couple of words on the email that I didn't like, so I showed up. So I just want you all to know that we have not given up on this. We do not want this in our neighborhood. When we went to their community meeting, we went in. Some of us were not real nice. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. However, we felt like we were being gaslit. They started off the meeting saying it wasn't going to affect the traffic in our area. And then, like, I don't know, maybe a half hour later, they said that they were going to try to get an extension on the turn lane. So I asked them, well, if it's not going to affect our traffic, then why do you need an extension on our turn lane? I didn't get that answer. I asked about how many parking spots there were going to be. They're telling us that there's going to be, I'm pretty sure, it was 522 parking spots on 4 point whatever acres. They're also going to be in, going into the wetlands. There's a spot for wetlands on the map, which we have everything. It's all sitting on my dining room table. And they have to have a 100-foot buffer or something off the wetlands. They are going to try to get a permit. They set up the first time at the meeting that they were going to try to go, they were only going to go in, that's it.
That time goes quickly, Ms. Waters.
I know.
But since you got it all laid out on your dining room table,
we just need to know
you can
that-
invite us over.
I'm sorry.
And there'll be
Really? I can
public
do
comment
that? It's on my dining room table.
All right. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have another speaker, I believe.
Ms. Diane, you coming?
And Mayor, they'll have an opportunity when it does come back for a public hearing too.
Yeah,
So
they-
just
they
want to make
will.
sure they know that they're not, that this isn't the, yeah.
Yeah, so because this is being continued, there'll be a public hearing when it comes back and public comment period as well. Okay, same difference, name and address. if you
Diana
don't mind.
Winkler, 10908 Domenico Street. We received an email yesterday explaining the applicant requested a continuance.
You might have to get closer to that mic.
We received an email yesterday explaining the applicant requested a continuance. Many of our residents had taken the time to be off work to come down here. When they received the email, it looked to them like the continuance meant that they didn't need to come. So it's a little frustrating. So we're not prepared.
Where's the paper?
I came with pictures. The drainage is a huge, okay. The compatibility analysis. The application does not demonstrate compatibility. Consistency with the neighborhood. The The applicant has not demonstrated consistency with the comprehensive plan. Number 4, environmental. If wetlands exist, a conservation area determination is required. Where they fall short, we know that there are 1,465 acres of wetland. There are proposed impacts. There is an off-site connection, but there is no comprehensive public analysis, proof of no secondary impact. The record does not demonstrate that the environmental impacts and secondary effects are not fully analyzed.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you. And just by the way, as I indicated before, this is being continued, but because it was advertised, just in case someone could be here today and they couldn't be here when it moves forward, we are giving you this opportunity today. So
Thank you.
if you're available when it comes back, you're welcome to come back.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
If you feel like you need to be a little more prepared, you'll have that opportunity.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other speakers?
We have no other speakers for this item, Mayor.
Then we'll close the public hearing at this time. And we'll go to the district commissioner.
Yes.
I know in terms of the date that it will be continued to, do you have a date, Commissioner?
When?
Okay.
It's on the screen, August 25th, 2026 at 2 p.m.
All right, there you go.
Okay, so I want to say to Ms. Charlene and Ms. Diane, thank you for coming. I know one of those emails are mine, is my email because you and other members of the community wanted to come. So, this was to save them time not to come because today it was going to be continued. So like the mayor said, it had to be heard because it was, requested to be continued yesterday and they didn't have enough time to cancel it from the agenda. So thank you anyway for coming. Now you have plenty of time until August to, prepare and, present whatever pictures and so that you wanted, Ms. Diane. And the tour is still going, okay? Just for you all to know and have it in your agenda, okay? We're gonna send the date so that way we can go around and check, the things that you want me to check over there. Okay, so saying that, I will motion to continue for August 25, 2026 at 2 p.m.
Second, Uribe.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion passes and it is unanimous. All right. So we're going to move to the next item, and this is D7. We'll open the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen, you're recognized.
All right, thank you, Mayor. This item is also a transmittal hearing. This is a request to change the future land use map designation from village to growth center plan development commercial. The proposed development program is 360 short-term rental units with up to 5,000 square feet of retail commercial uses. Associated with this request is a text amendment to record the development program in our comprehensive plan. This is the process for the request. Right now, we're on May 5th Board of County Commissioners transmittal hearing. It will be sent to the state review for review for approximately 1 month. If this is transmitted, then it'll come back for adoption hearings. The subject property is located in District 1. This is an aerial of the subject property showing on the south side of Grove Blossom Way, west of Avalon Road. Again, the current future land use map for the subject property is village. Proposed is growth center plan development commercial. The zoning map currently is A1, and if this comes back for adoption, there will be a land use plan associated with it to go to plan development zoning. 1,072 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 1,200 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received no responses in opposition or in support. A community meeting was held on May 12, 2022, with no residents in attendance, and also on April 3, 2024, with 7 residents in attendance. The concerns expressed were for traffic, stormwater, and utilities. At the Planning Zoning Commission Local Planning Agency hearing, there were no members of the public present to speak during public comment. The LPA is recommending that the board transmit to the state reviewing agencies, and staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorensen. Is the applicant on this item present? If you want to come forward and make any comments, this is your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, board members. My name is Javier Romano. I'm Director of Land Planning Services for CPH Engineering. First of all, I'd like to thank staff for their efforts in shepherding this application through. It's been a long time, since 2021. And we look forward to your affirmative vote, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, if you'll stand by for a moment. Do we have any members of the public present who wish to be heard on this item?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. Then we'll close the public hearing portion. And Commissioner Simrad, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So we looked this up and we found that this was initially denied in, I guess, 2024, right? A project on this parcel.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the year.
2024. 360 short-term rental. 360 units. Resort-style development in Horizon West.
Might have to research that, Commissioner. I'm not aware of that denial.
Okay. I can give this to you, Jason. So here were my initial thoughts on this, because right now it's part of a village, and so we were under the assumption that within a village we would see some form of residential. But to design something that's going to be converted into short-term rentals, when modern research right now is reflecting how significant short-term rentals can have on housing markets, and then and then this is a very, very, very wet piece of property. Only about 10 acres of it are developable because it is a very wet portion. I'm not in support of adding additional short-term rentals into our housing market right now. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Wilson.
So, just clarify for me, is this part of the Horizon West Villages?
No, we do have these remainder village designations on the future land use map. Back when Horizon West was originally concepted, the actual villages, in particular Village I is the most close village. These properties would have to be adjacent to Village I in order to become part of the actual Horizon West Villages, and they're not adjacent. They're in the growth center, so in this case it defaults to 1 unit per 10 acres. So for development to be viable on these properties, they have to go through this process and really join the proper growth center designation to develop.
Okay, so this is the process. The transmittal then puts them into the growth center. Then they would have to come back with a plan.
When it comes back if this gets transmitted, it comes back for adoption. At that time, you would see a land use plan associated with the request.
Can I just ask, but right now, do we know that within that plan is short-term rentals?
Right now, there is no plan for the property.
So where did myself and my team then read about the short-term rentals in here?
Are you referring to Horizon West? And I'm not sure.
For this particular parcel where,
You know what she's talking about is the proposed development program, resort-style development with up to 360 short-term rental and/or hotel, condo, timeshare units with related amenities.
Correct. That's the proposed development program.
so we know today if we approve that what will come back to us in a planned development will be short-term rentals.
Correct.
So the question is, do we want more short-term rentals in our housing market?
So, and I do want to give some context to where this is. This is not in Horizon West. So it is part, right now, the issue is that it kind of got lumped into that, but it's actually much closer to the Osceola County line and the growth corridor that's along the 192. So, right, I think you can't see it on this map, but we are not too far from
But that whole area needs housing for workers.
I'm not arguing, I just wanted to make sure that you knew that we're not in Horizon West. This wouldn't be possible. That's what he's saying, is that transmittal even wouldn't be possible if this was part of the village.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it'd have to be adjacent to Village I, which is just north of the map, and it's not adjacent to Village I, so there's no hope of it becoming part of a Horizon West Village. So the only option for development on this property is for it to become part of the growth center.
Okay, back to you, Commissioner Wilson.
I got my language, I need to have my language up again, sorry, because I think otherwise I'll butcher this.
It's two parts, Commissioner. This is the map amendment and the text amendment, and then just the two actions together.
Okay, so
this is the first one.
Okay. So I will make a finding the information contained in the application is sufficiently complete and that the proposed amendment has the potential to be found in compliance as defined by Florida statutes in Transmit Amendment 26-1A11 to the state reviewing agencies. And make a finding that the proposed amendment has the potential to be found in compliance as defined by Florida statutes in Transmit Amendment 26-1P Flu 1 to the state reviewing agencies.
All right, we have a motion and a second. The seconder is Commissioner Scott. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. All right, the motion passes, and it is
5-1.
4-1.
Oh, Commissioner Goodell.
Yes. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Mayor, what was that final vote?
4-1.
4-1, in favor.
Yes.
Yes, good, good.
For transmittal.
Good deal, thank you.
Yes. Okay. All right, so we'll move to the next item, which is E8. We'll open up the public hearing on this item, and Mr. Sorensen, you back up at bat again.
All right, thank you, Mayor. For this next one, it is a small-scale amendment. This is an adoption hearing, and it is associated with a concurrent rezoning. The subject property is at 1600 Columbia Street, and it is a request to change the future land use map designation from low-medium density residential to commercial, and a rezoning request to go from C3 to C2 restricted. And the proposed use is limited C2 uses. The subject property is located in District 6. Currently, future land use map is LMDR, low medium density residential. Proposed is commercial. Current zoning is C3, and proposed zoning is C2 restricted. This is an aerial of the subject property showing it on the south side of Columbia Street, west of South Rio Grande Avenue. To the north of the property are properties that are within the city of Orlando with industrial designations. To the east of the property is a large Amazon facility, and to the south of the property is a daycare center. 161 public hearing notices were sent to an area extending beyond 700 feet from the subject parcel. To date, we have received one response in opposition with no stated reason. A community meeting was held for this request on March 2nd with no residents in attendance. When this went to the Planning and Zoning Commission, staff was in recommending approval with restrictions, and these are those restrictions shown here. The first restriction would prohibit billboards and pole signs. The second restriction would require that if any outdoor storage was provided on the site per the C2 uses that would be allowed, they would have to be screened and buffered so that they were not seen from the public rights-of-way. And the third restriction provides a list of uses that would be prohibited. And some of these uses are even C1 kind of uses that would be prohibited. The Planning and Zoning Commission is, however, making a recommendation to not adopt and to deny the request. So staff is available for any questions.
All right, thank you. The applicant's representative is coming forward.
Good afternoon. For the record, McGregor Love, 215 North Eola Drive, and here on behalf of the applicant.
All right, stand by there. All right, do we have members of the public present who wish to be heard?
We have no speakers for this item, Mayor.
All right. right, then we'll close the public hearing. We'll go to the district commissioner, Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor. We had a community meeting at Memorial Middle School. Did you have something? Oh, no, sorry. You had something? Oh, go ahead. I'll yield to Commissioner Simrad.
Well, I was, sorry, with regards to this project, we reviewed the P&Z committee meeting, or commission meeting, and they made several really good arguments. It was Marjorie Holt and Camille Evans regarding why this lacked consistency with the surrounding area regarding residential versus commercial. I think that they were valid arguments and made sense from the planning and zoning, whose job is to look at consistency and compatibility. So I would uphold our P&Z's recommendation. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott. Yep.
Thank you. So, Mayor, Commissioners, we held a community meeting at Memorial Middle School. No one showed up. And then I also had a meeting last night with Lake Sunset HOA, which is the largest HOA over there, and shared that with them. And there were no concerns expressed at that community, at that meeting. And so I'll move with the staff recommendation for adoption and approval.
All right, we have a motion for approval. Okay, did I hear a second?
Mayor Demings, if I could speak.
Yes.
I apologize. I did not mean to indicate to you or to the commission that I didn't have anything at all to say. I was simply waiting for you to invite me to speak. So if I apologize. I entirely understand why you interpreted it that way. But I've never done the closing act here, so I didn't really know. It was off my footing. But if I could have a moment to sort of go through the policy.
Go ahead.
This is a policy decision. I think I've been before you before when you've had a comprehensive plan amendment. You have legislative discretion over this decision. You do have the authority to make a choice here. You have a broad degree of discretion. I believe your staff believes, your planning staff believes that this is in furtherance of the goals and planning objectives of the county. And allow me to explain why that is. This property in particular, if you look at the map, it is an undeveloped property in a highly urbanized, intensely developed urban area. It is essentially, and there's the arrow right there, it is essentially the prototypical case for infill development. I mean, this is what the comprehensive plan talks about when it refers to infill development. And some of the concerns that were raised at the Planning Commission hearing were the potential for loitering and nuisance associated with, some of the uses that could be developed on this property. I think, we know that the most attractive nuisance is in a vacant property in a highly urbanized area. That is the most dangerous condition for a property like this, is for it not to be developed at all. And with the conditions that have been placed that have been agreed to by the applicant. Some of the more, some of the uses that are deemed maybe not neighborhood commercial would not be allowed. And those uses are in the surrounding area. It's not to say that they're not consistent, but we agree that with planning staff's argument that they may not be compatible for the area. They may not be the type of commercial that these residents need. And I think part of the reason why we have not heard any objection from the nearby residents is that, it has not been developed as residential, and I think all of you have been on this commission long enough to know that existing residents tend to hate nothing more than additional housing units. So if developed as housing, that would not serve the existing residents. If developed as commercial with restrictions, it has the potential to serve existing residents. There were a couple questions that did come up at Planning Commission that I want to address here, and it sounds like Commissioner Simrad that you did read some of what was discussed. One of those questions was why not do a planned development? There was, the way the discussion went, it was a vote that was for denial, but there was some back and forth about what they might be able to do to protect the existing area, and that was one idea that was discussed. There's not a hard and fast limitation on a project size for planned development, but they have what I would call an economy of scale. The bigger the project is, the more it makes sense to invest your time in reviewing and approving it, to allow them to get an engineer, to allow, any time they want to make a change, to come back before you for a change determination. What we settled on with planning staff was to take the C2 zoning and restrict it even further with an additional buffering condition to provide somewhat of a custom zoning district that is maybe the most resource sensitive and resource conscious way of having a somewhat custom zoning district. Another question that we received was why C2 and not C1? The owner would like the option of doing outdoor storage, and now that's coupled with the enhanced buffering condition. That's condition number 2 on page 2 of the staff report. But there are plenty of uses in that table. Well, I won't say plenty, but there are uses in that table that are allowed in C1. And keep in mind, this is a peculiar property because it is currently zoned C3. So the zoning request is actually a down zone, not C3 with restrictions, not C2, but C2 with restrictions. For all of those reasons, we really do think that this is an opportunity to reflect the changing conditions in the planning and development of the area. At the time that the county approved this as residential, the Amazon warehouse was not there. Many of the other commercial uses were not there. And if the market bore out that it would be developed as residential, it certainly would have been, but it hasn't been. We think that this approval will allow neighborhood commercial and could potentially serve the area. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Scott, so you're okay with this development?
Yeah,
Based
Mayor,
on your input from residents?
Mayor, yeah, I want to provide some additional context. I sent a picture to Miles. He's going to try to bring this up in just a moment if it comes through, but if not. So on March 10th, 2023, the property, so go to the other picture. There should be 2 of them. Oh, because it's iPhone, I got to figure out how to. So just to the west of this property, this is March 1st, 2023 at 10:47 a.m. This person's alive, but it was a homeless camp, and there was a house that was built. It's just not coming up. But so they were building there. The owner for the property right behind this lives in Jacksonville, and she's been working with me to try to do something with it because we have a lot of homeless encroachment over there, but just activity that you don't really desire. Can we go back to the aerial, Miles, and you can try to figure out how to get the picture to show up? Oh, sorry, go back to the presentation, and we'll go to the aerial if you could try to get the other picture while I make another point. So if you look where you see Columbia Street, right below the sea, you'll see, I don't know if that's a yacht or a boat, almost the size of a house. And so then the area back here goes into Barker Park. In and around this area, there's significant drug uses. And so my thought process is if there's more development, obviously you have cameras, you have lighting, you have security, it kind of curbs that. This has been vacant for quite some time. Even this was the house. And so we had folks who built a mini house on here, and it took about a year between myself, the sheriff's office, and code enforcement to kind of clean this area up because people were complaining. Like I said, we had a community meeting at Memorial Middle School. We were there for 43 minutes. No one showed up. And likewise, at the largest HOA that kind of leads that area by Mr. Black, Lake Sunset, I presented to them, asked if they had any concerns. I stayed for the whole meeting. And so, if this property does not get developed, it just sits there and attracts opportunities for people to do drugs and things like that, like with the pictures or what I showed you. And so while I know our appointees, my appointee included, had a recommendation of denial, I believe staff recommendation of approval is sound. And then there's conditions. So, Commissioner Wilson, you talked about smoke shops. And so we put a lot of things to make sure that it is a right commercial use. But, in my view, living there, if there is a business there, regardless of the business, there's going to be lighting, there's going to be security, and thus deter drug usage and different things. And so that's why I'm moving for approval. If someone wants to give me a second, I would hope. And that is the context I'm providing as.
I'll into a second,
President.
Wilson.
All right, you
Did
have
you
a
second?
second by Commissioner Wilson. All right, all in favor? Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. All right, motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
5-1.
I know this one was big.
All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude, I did want to just give you a little bit of an update. Earlier, we had, during public comment this morning, we had Mr. Christopher Ritchie from the IAFF 2057. He came forward during the break. I had a meeting, a caucus with staff regarding the collective bargain agreement, pending agreement for pay increases for our firefighters. And I'm confident that, we gave staff some direction, that they'll be going back, having a meeting with the IAFF, and hopefully those 3 points, if you will, that the firefighters brought up today, that would be the purpose of that meeting between the general councils. And that issue will come back. We are scheduled on May the 19th. And so that is the goal, to bring it back to the Board of County Commissioners on May the 19th. And the fire chief and staff, they're very optimistic that they'll end up with a ratification, both by the board and by the IAFF 2057.
Mayor, can we ask a question?
Sure.
Okay, I'm trying to understand why they need to meet again if we all voted unanimously to give them those, and that's not happening.
That was the direction that they were, because that night when we were here, there were matters of legality that needed to be reviewed. There were some language that needed to be specifically written. They needed to create the organizing entities in order to do what was being recommended. And so there was some work that, quite frankly, would have been premature for us to vote on without having the specific language that would be codified in the contract. And so that's why it has to come back where the board gets to see the specific language.
That's just on that one article though, right? Because I know Mr. Mandel hasn't responded to them. I've seen the letters and the correspondence.
He will. And Mr. Ritchie pointed out from the IAFF perspective, there were 3 issues, and those are the 3 issues that they will address on May the 9th.
So can we, I think the most pressing thing, and the thing that we feel really responsible right now for making sure is getting moved, is those salaries. The folks need to be paid, right? They need to be paid what we all agreed to. Can that part move without?
It cannot. It cannot. And that's the process that we have. And I think everyone understood. We want to get the firefighters pay increases as soon as we can. But there's a process that we had to go through, and we're going through that process. And unfortunately, it couldn't have been accelerated any more than what it has been.
Well, it would require Mr. Mandel to respond. I mean, because I've seen the letter go out, and it's been weeks.
I just said, we had that conversation. Mr. Mandel was not present. He was out of state, I believe, but the direction was to.
But I mean, can there be some assurances that he's not still
So this is not for any decision today. I'm just giving you an update so that you understand that this is moving forward. Okay.
No, and I appreciate the quick response and meeting that you had over the break. I guess knowing that we're not going to be back together as a body for a couple of weeks, and we just get some reassurances that if.
Well, we can have staff brief you on.
Okay, that's
what's gonna
perfect.
happen.
That's
Okay.
perfect. Thank you.
All right, Byron, you can handle that part. To have staff brief them on, the conversations. All right, with that, we stand adjourned.